Second Sight. Sweet and Sour Mystery, Book 2. Written by Flynn. 1. I was surrounded by ghosts and black cats. Cobwebs hung from the lampposts and tombstones stood around every corner. The sounds of cackling and screams echoed over the long street. Skeletons and scarecrows sat in lawn chairs beside doorways and glared at cars and people alike. Everyone on the street seemed oblivious to these terrors as they strolled down the sidewalks, some with children and some without. I had my own kid to deal with. And speaking of that, something even more terrifying wrapped their arms around me and pressed me against their chest. "If you don't finish your shopping soon, I'm going to have to kidnap you back to my place," Orion warned me. I wiggled in his grip. "Will you let go? I just need one more thing for my costume, okay?" We stood outside one of the shops on the main street of Apple Hollow. The businesses were decked out in decor that honored the yearly festival of harvest and spooks, Halloween. In my hand was a plastic bag. In Orion's hands were a half-dozen other bags, and me. He opened his arms and dropped me back onto the sidewalk.
"This better not take as long as the other clothes."
I turned to face him and grinned. "You know you liked watching me show off those skimpy black skirts." An amused smile slipped onto his handsome face. "Yeah, but it's made things really hard for me ever since." I stepped backward away from him.
"Then just be a good boy, and wait here while I go get the last thing I need."
I spun around and hurried down the sidewalk. There was just the finishing touch left to get, and my costume would be complete. I walked up to a corner store, devoid of Halloween decorations. The name Leto Drug hung above the door. I walked up to the counter that stood at the back of the store. Behind the wide window was a mess of shelves with a wide assortment of prescriptions pill bottles. A man over 80 in a long white coat greeted me. His thinning hair was parted down the middle, and there was a bright smile on my face. "Good morning, Miss Lyal. What can I do for you?" I froze my smile on my face. It was still unnerving having people know me, and I having no idea who they are. Fortunately, his name tag read Mike Leto. "I was wondering if you had eye patches for sale," I told him. He smiled and nodded.
"Yes, we do.
They're over there." He leaned over the counter and pointed at a wall to my left.
"Just over there."
The kids already bought the smaller ones though. "Good thing I'm bigger," I commented as I walked up to the wall. The bell over the door rang. I looked at the entrance and saw a short old woman shuffle into the store. She wore a flowered white dress with a white sash around her waist. In her firm hands was a purse. She shuffled over to the counter and smiled at Leto. "Good morning, Mike." He returned the smile and nodded. "Good morning, Bertha. What can I do for you?" "Just the usual, and a small pumpkin candle," she replied. Leto frowned, but grabbed a small yellow candle from a nearby shelf.
"You sure you want to do that?"
Bertha's face and she pursed her lips.
"Very much so."
She glanced my way. Her eyes looked tired. She bowed her head. I waved and returned to my patch perusing, but not without keeping one eye on the woman. "So, how's the good Reverend dealing with this All Hallows Eve?" Leto asked her, as he packed her candle and prescription into a small white bag. She sighed. "The usual fashion, but I won't give away the surprise." Leto laughed as he slid the bag over the counter to her. "Dang. I was hoping to warn my great-nieces." The old woman took her bag and handed the pharmacist some cash.
"Not this year."
She turned and shuffled to the door. "See you later," he called. She didn't turn back as she left the store. I continued my perusing. To the right of the medicinal shelving was one of miscellaneous toys, including a blowgun and popgun. Most of the inventory was out of stock for the coming trick part of Halloween. I found 2 eye patches and walked up to the counter. Leto rang up the bill. "So going as a pirate for the big town bash, eh?" I grinned as I handed him some cash.
"Not exactly."
He smiled as he gave me my change. I see. Wanting to keep it a secret, eh? Well, how about a trade? He leaned his elbows on the counter and nodded at the shelving where I just stood.
I noticed you were admiring the blowguns.
I don't look like much now, but I used to be quite the marksman in my youth. I could hit a target that was barely in my sight. He tapped his temple. And you know how good a sight a werewolf has, I bet. I'm starting to, I admitted. He nodded at my bag.
So now that I've told you my secret, what's your costume?
I smiled and shook my head. Thanks for the secret, but I'm keeping mine. He frowned as I slipped outside. The darkening sky warned me night was only an hour away. That would make it the eve of Halloween, or one day until the rave Orion told me the town threw every October 31st. I met my mate almost where I'd left him. He sat on a nearby bench with the bags around him. His head was lolled back and his tongue hung out. A folded piece of paper sat on his chest. I grabbed the paper and unfolded the parts to read the contents aloud. I've lost the will to live. Please have me cremated. I rolled my eyes and folded the paper. Seriously? Orion raised his head and grinned. A few more minutes, and I might have seriously considered suicide. I tossed the paper onto him and picked up a few of the bags.
Then let's go home before you make a spectacle of yourself.
We left the shopping district and strolled up the residential streets. The lawns and porches were covered in wooden tombstones and floating sheets of ghosts. Jack-o'-lanterns sat on the porch railings, and the slight autumn breeze rocked the porch swings in which sat scarecrows and zombie mannequins. Cobwebs hung in the trees and bushes, and orange solar lights lit up the walking paths. Everyone sure does go all out for this, don't they? I commented. Orion smiled and nodded. Yeah, even more than Christmas, but you can't really blame us. I snorted. Yeah, it's like Halloween every day of the year for everyone here. We reached Orion's house. A veritable cemetery covered his lawn, and a large spider hung from its thread off the porch. We paused at the mailbox and Orion pulled out the small stack. He flipped through the envelopes. Junk. 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 I looked up at the clear evening sky. Even out here there's no escaping the junk mail. He nodded as he continued his chanting. Junk. Junk. Jay, he paused and held up a vanilla-colored envelope. A frown slipped onto his lips. Are you expecting any letters? I shook my head. No. The only one who knows I'm here is my mom, and she prefers email. Why? He held the envelope out to me. Because this is for you. I frowned and took the envelope. There was my name scrawled on the back in black ink. The handwriting was a cursive style with wide looping strokes. There was no return address or even a stamp. I opened the top and pulled out 2 small black rectangular slips of thick paper. The color of the paper was faded, and some of the corners were bent. Orion arched an eyebrow. Tickets to Madame Bentley's seance? I looked over the white lettering on the front. The words confirmed Orion's comment. I raised my eyes to look at him. How'd you know? He nodded at the tickets. People around here tend to avoid using black in their correspondences, but not Madame Bentley. It's her calling card. My eyes flickered up to Orion.
Let me guess.
This woman isn't a fake. He shrugged. I couldn't say. I've never been invited to one of her parties. Some people say she is and some say she isn't. I studied the tickets again. They read as follows. You are cordially invited to Madame Bentley's seance on the evening of October 29th. Please arrive on or before 6 o'clock sharp. Do not wear gloves. I furrowed my brow.
So, if you've never been to one, how did I get invited?
He shook his head. I don't know. Those in attendance are usually part of an exclusive and random list of the most influential people in town. A sly smile slipped onto my lips as my eyes flickered to him. And you've never been a part of one? He grinned. I guess I'm not random enough. He pinched one corner of a ticket between his fingers and turned it over.
These look like pretty old tickets.
I nodded.
Yeah.
Somebody got invited and decided they weren't random enough. I looked over the envelope. Something caught my eyes. I held the envelope close to my face and squinted.
Does this look like a smudge to you?
Orion took the envelope and studied the light black marking on the front. He sniffed the spot and nodded.
It's a smudge.
I'd say some sort of paint. I looked down at the tickets in my hand and shrugged.
Why not?
He arched an eyebrow. You want to go? I turned to face him and held up the envelope. I receive an unmarked, hand-delivered envelope with 2 tickets to an exclusive seance. Somebody wants me to go there, and I'd like to find out who and why. Orion smiled and plucked a ticket from my hand.
That makes 2 of us.
I glanced at my watch. We've got enough time for food. What kind of clothes do people wear to these things? Orion cringed.
Let's just say it's anything we can find in our closets, and skip the shopping.
I grinned.
But we had such fun.
He grasped my arm and turned me toward the house. If you're hoping for a case of Stockholm Syndrome, then I'm going to have to disappoint you. Anyway, let's get cooking and see if we can't find a skimpy outfit for you to wear. I rolled my eyes.
Always with the sexy outfits.
He stopped and leaned down. His lips captured mine in a sweet, intense kiss that left me breathless. A thrill of heat tingled my body. I wanted him to keep going, all the way to the bedroom. Orion parted us and grinned. I expect to see that pirate costume of yours soon, but right now we have a news story to discover. I sighed and stepped backward toward the house.
I think I've created a monster.
His eyes flashed a deep yellow, and his crooked smile showed off his sharp teeth. Too late, but let's get cooking before we're late to the seance. I laughed as he sidled up beside me. Yeah, we wouldn't want them to dial the ghosts before we get there. If only we'd been late. 2. We ate dinner, and found a couple of clean sets of clothing. The address for Madame Bentley's house was across town and closer to the river in the larger and richer house district. Victorian mansions towered over the cool floating waters of the swift river. Their dark back lawns stretched toward the river's edge and sank beneath the white beaches. The front lawns were small and abutted the cracked sidewalks of yesteryear. A half-dozen expensive cars were parked on the curb in front of Madame Bentley's home. The lights of her mansion glowed brightly in the dark evening sky and welcomed her guests. Orion and I strode onto the small wraparound porch and paused before the door. I glanced at him. Is there anything I need to know about this woman before I meet her? He smiled.
Not really.
She's just another normal occupant of Apple Hollow. I snorted and knocked on the door. There's no such thing as normal in this place. We heard footsteps approach the door. The entrance opened and revealed an old woman. She appeared to be just shy of Methuselah's age, with her thin strands of white hair, and so many wrinkles she would make a basset hound jealous. She was short, barely 5 foot tall, and her gnarled hands with long sharp fingernails grasped the knob of the door. Her attire was a simple black dress, and atop her head was a small round felt hat only slightly taller than a beret. She arched an eyebrow. Can I help you? I held out our tickets.
We're here for the seance.
The woman furrowed her brow, but accepted the tickets and looked them over. She slowly shook her head.
How strange.
I frowned. What is? She raised her eyes and looked from Orion to me. I didn't invite either of you to the seance.
They look like old tickets, Orion spoke up.
Or could they be forgeries? She held them up to the light of a lamp on the wall to her right. After a quick perusal, she shook her head. No, these are most definitely mine, but you're right when you say they're old. I only ever order 11 to make an even number at the table, and this year is no different. She lowered her arms and glanced at us. Even is lucky, you know. I shook my head. No, I didn't know, but could you tell us who might have missed one of your famous seances? She shook her head. No. They weren't well attended when I started them 50 years ago, and someone might have kept one by accident. Orion furrowed his brow, and raised his hand with the fingers outstretched. He counted down several times. 11 guests plus 2 makes 13. Not a very lucky number anymore, is it? I elbowed him and smiled at Madame Bentley. If this is going to be a problem, we can. She held up her wizened old hand and shook her head. On the contrary, this may be fate working its web over us. She stepped to the side and swept her hand over the entrance hall. In such a case, I must insist you come inside. Fate, and a vanilla envelope, I murmured as we stepped inside. Madame Bentley closed the door and stepped in front of us. Please follow me. Everyone else is already in the parlor. We followed the madam down the hall, to a large parlor at the back of the house. The large shelves bespoke the room's original purpose as a library, but the rest of the decor was more mystical. Many of the shelves were filled with tomes about the occult and witchcraft. The windows opposite the entrance were covered by thick black cloth curtains. A chandelier hung from the high ceiling, and black hoods over the light bulbs muffled the light, to give the air in the room a foggy appearance. A round table stood in the center of the room, over a large rug outlined with the symbols of the zodiac. 12 chairs were positioned around the table, and in front of one of them was a crystal ball and a pack of cards. The other 11 guests stood in small groups around the room. I didn't recognize any of them, but from their fancy evening attire I guessed we moved in not only different circles, but probably different squares too. All of them glanced in our direction. More than a few frowned. Madame Bentley walked over to the table and clapped her hands. The quiet murmuring of her guests stopped. She gestured to the table. Now that everyone has arrived, if everyone would take their seats, we will begin. One of the older gentlemen nodded at us. Who are they? Our hostess smiled and turned to us. These are 2 surprise guests for the evening. But I thought this was only for 11, another man spoke up. Madame Bentley nodded. Often yes, but as they have tickets we will accept the amendment for this year. A woman with a large fan fanned herself and stared down her long nose at us. Just as long as they don't interfere with my time with Snookums. Madame Bentley set her hands on the woman's shoulders and smiled. Should I connect with your lovely Pomeranian, I will ensure you have ample time with him. The guests' fears allayed, they strode toward the table. Orion raised his hand. Ghosting before midnight? Isn't that against the rules? The other guests paused and turned to glare at him. I jabbed him in the ribs with my elbow. He winced and shakily smiled at the group. Sorry. While midnight is a strong hour to capture the spirits, with my powers we need no set time, Madame Bentley assured him as everyone took a seat. Orion and I took our seats between a thin young woman with a pale face, and a heavy-set man in a tight blue suit. Madame Bentley slipped into the seat with the cards and ball. She tapped her finger on the pack. Would anyone care to hear their fortunes before we begin? A mere $20 to know the future. The first older gentleman to speak about us glanced at the woman to his left. She was his age but very plump, and with bright but empty eyes. They wore matching wedding rings. I'll pass, he commented. I would, the former Pomeranian owner spoke up. Madame Bentley pulled the cards from the pack, and shuffled them like a professional poker player. That is good, for I see a dark cloud above you. She should get her own personal weather forecaster for that, Orion quipped. Another of his ribs were bruised, courtesy of my elbow. Our hostess finished her shuffling, and doled out 8 cards face down in 2 rows of 4 in front of her. She flipped over the one in the top left corner, and I saw they were tarot cards. This is your past. You have had much grief with you pets, Madame Bentley commented. Everyone knows she's been through more dogs than a kennel club. I heard the portly man on Orion's left side mutter. The woman dabbed her eyes with a silk handkerchief.
Yes, it's true.
I've lost so many of my babies. Madam Bentley flipped over 5 more cards, making 6 of them face up. I see more sorrow in your future, but great joy. The woman sniffled. Will I see my babies again? Our hostess flipped the last 2 cards. One of them I recognized as the death card, and the word itself was scrawled beneath the image of the Grim Reaper. I see you living to a ripe old age, and joining them in the afterlife. You will take them for walks. The woman smiled through her tears. They always loved their walks. She sniffled and dabbed her eyes. Thank you, Madam Bentley, for giving me such comfort. Bentley shuffled the cards, and smiled at the rest of us around the table. Would anyone else like their fortunes told? The portly man raised his hand.
I'll have my fortune told, if that's what you call it.
A tense hush fell over the room. The Pomeranian woman's mouth dropped open. Others looked to our hostess. Madam Bentley sat up and frowned.
What do you mean, Mr. Ambigo?
He shrugged. I just don't see how this is any more than a guessing game, and you answered all her questions with vague replies that anybody could give. A dark look passed over her face. Do you mean to insult me, sir? He leaned back and folded his arms over his chest.
I'm just saying I'm not impressed so far.
Her eyes narrowed. Didn't you voice these concerns when you asked me for a seat? A sly smile curled onto his lips.
I thought you could prove me wrong.
I guess I was wrong, but not in your favor. Madam Bentley slammed the cards down on the table and stood. If you wish for a stronger display of my powers, then we will move on to the summoning. She marched over to the door and flicked off the light switch. The room was plunged into darkness save for the crystal ball. It cast a bluish glow over those around the table, and illuminated our faces with an unearthly hue. Our hostess resumed her seat, and hovered her hands over the surface of the ball. Her dark eyes flickered to Mr. Ambigo. Do you wish to contact someone, sir? Ambigo opened his mouth, but the Pomeranian woman spoke up. Please try to contact my snookums. Ambigo smiled and gestured to the woman.
The night is young.
Let her go first.
How kind of you, sir, Bentley dryly replied as she ghosted her hands over the ball.
She closed her eyes and tilted back her head. Her voice echoed through the dark, quiet room. Spirits on the other side, please heed my call. Bring us news of snookums. The light from the ball flickered and changed colors. Several of the guests gasped as a faint fog appeared above our heads. The fog shaped itself into the form of a small, fluffy dog. I jumped when the dog let out a loud, clear, high-pitched, really annoying bark. The woman's eyes widened, and a smile stretched across her lips. She stretched her hand out to the fog. Snookums. Oh, my lovely little, the dog quipped. Its foggy shape dissipated. The woman cried out and whipped her head to our host.
Madam Bentley, what's happening?
Where is my snookums going? Madam Bentley's eyes were rolled back and her mouth was agape. A strange groaning noise issued deep from her throat. One of the people beside her reached out to shake her shoulder. Ambigo stood so fast his chair flew back and clattered onto the floor. He stretched out his hand toward the man.
Don't touch her.
The guest froze and joined the rest of us in blinking at the man.
She's in a deep trance.
Touching her might kill her or worse. The color drained from the Pomeranian woman's face.
What could be worse than killing her?
He looked up at the swiveling vortex of fog above our heads, and pursed his lips.
I don't think we want to find out.
A thick scent of pumpkin spice filled the room. The fog above us spun faster and faster. The fog shaped itself into a human form. Dark trousers emerged from the mist, along with a vest and jacket. The physical features were those of a young man. His bright blue eyes were accentuated by the glow from the crystal ball. They also looked straight at me. The man mouthed a few words but no sound came out. He pressed his hands against his chest to emphasize himself, and then he stretched them out toward me. I wasn't great at lip reading or guessing body gestures, but I could recognize a sign for help when one floated 5 feet above my head. I stood and tilted my head back to look at the ghostly apparition.
What is it you want? Stay seated.
Ambigo barked at me. The ghost dropped its arms to its side and gazed into my eyes. A horrible mixture of sadness and fear flooded my thoughts. My body fell into a stupor. I didn't even have the will to fight as the spirit flew at me. 3.
Watch out!
Orion yelled as he shoved me out of the way. I dropped backward onto the ground and faced Orion. The ghost flew into him and didn't come out the other side. Orion's eyes widened. He dropped to his knees and pressed his palm against the floor. His other hand clutched his chest as his face scrunched up. Orion? I called out as I scrambled over to his side. I leaned down and looked into his agonized face.
What's wrong?
Ambigo knelt on Orion's other side and set his hands on my mate's shoulders. Do you feel cold? Orion could only nod. Come on then. We need to get you to the station. The station? I repeated, as the man helped Orion to his feet. Ambigo nodded.
That's what I...
Ah. The long wail came from Madame Bentley. She jerked her head up and whipped her head from left to right. Her eyes blinked at her guests.
What happened?
A summoning of spirits, Madame Bentley, Ambigo spoke up. Madame Bentley sat straight and coyly smiled.
Now do you believe me, Mr. Ambigo?
He nodded.
Yes, and that's why everyone is going to have to come down to the station with me.
Madame Bentley frowned. Station? What's the meaning of this? We're going to need statements from everyone, Ambigo explained. A hand grasped the shoulder of my shirt, and I looked to Orion. He stared up at me with strange green-colored eyes that slightly glowed. His voice was a soft hoarse whisper that barely slipped past his grinding teeth. Mallory. I blinked at him. Who? Orion opened his mouth, but no words came out. His eyes rolled back and he fell forward. Orion? I yelped as I wrapped my arms around his chest and propped him up. Let me handle him, Ambigo requested as he pulled Orion from my hold. My eyebrows crashed down as I studied him. Who are you? Madame Bentley's shrill voice interrupted us. She pointed at Orion and glared at Ambigo. Now look what you've done. I demand you get out of here this instant, and you are banned from future seances. I'm only doing my job, Ambigo argued as he reached into his suit jacket and pulled out a small leather wallet. He flashed the credentials of the local police department, ones I'd seen far too many times in my short stay there, before he tucked the badge back into his clothes. If everyone will follow me in their cars and jot down a statement, then you can go on your way. You can't do this to my customers, our hostess insisted. I'm doing it to you too, Madame Bentley. You're coming with me personally, he commanded her. She stood tall and glared at him. With pleasure, sir. You can rest assured that once I'm there, I will make a formal complaint. I look forward to reading it. Now if you would please follow me, the officer replied. Ambigo smiled and slung Orion over one shoulder. He stood and offered me a hand. I took it, but not without reservations. The guests muttered among themselves, but followed behind us as I hurried after Ambigo and Orion. My new acquaintance carried my unconscious mate outside to a black 4-door sedan. Ambigo opened the front passenger door first and turned to me. Get in. I nodded at the rear seats. I'd rather be in back with Orion. He pursed his lips but turned to Madame Bentley. Get in. She glared at him but obeyed his command. I opened the rear passenger, and Ambigo set Orion inside. I slipped in behind him and shut the door. Ambigo got into the driver's seat and led a caravan of cars from the posh residential area to the police station. The officer at the front desk raised his head and an eyebrow when the lot of us walked in. His eyes fell on Ambigo, who carried Orion slung over his shoulder. Trouble? Ambigo adjusted Orion's weight.
Just a little.
Get statements from these witnesses about the events of tonight, and put them on my desk. The officer pursed his lips.
Starting off a little stronger, aren't we?
Ambigo grinned.
That's why I was hired.
He half turned to Bentley and me, and jerked his head toward the depths of the station. If you two would follow me. Bentley and I frowned, but we followed him through the myriad of desks to a back office. A nameplate on the door read Ambigo, but was without any honorifics or explanation. We slipped inside, and Bentley lay Orion on a couch to the right of the door. Ambigo knelt down beside him, and pulled out a small pocket flashlight. He forced open Orion's eyes, and flashed the light in one and then the other. Bentley stepped up and glared down at him. Now will you kindly explain this matter, Mr. Ambigo? Ambigo stood and pocketed the flashlight as he turned to us. He gestured to the desk at the back, in front of which were 2 chairs.
If you would have a seat.
I looked past him, and nodded at Orion.
Shouldn't he be at the hospital?
Ambigo shook his head, and strode past us to the opposite side of the desk. No hospital can help him, he commented as he took a seat in a plain chair. He nodded at the other chairs.
But please take a seat.
I owe both of you some explanations. We reluctantly took seats. Madam Bentley glared at him. Mr. Ambigo, we've known each other for a few years now. 10 years and not intimately, Ambigo told her. She pursed her lips. Even without that intimacy, I accepted you into my exclusive circle, and this is how you repay my kindness? He leaned back and clasped his fingers together. It isn't a matter of repaying your kindness. I was investigating your skills for the mystical division of the police department. She straightened and arched an eyebrow. I've never heard of it. He smiled. You shouldn't. It was meant to be a secret, for longer than a month. That's when the city council authorized its creation, and put me as the sole officer. Bentley turned up her nose and sniffed. What experience do you have? I've seen you only work at walking the town. Ambigo shrugged. I was mostly retired when they offered me the position.
Retired from what?
I spoke up. From insurance fraud. I was an investigator for such things, and now I investigate spiritual frauds for this town, he explained. Bentley narrowed her eyes. I am no such thing, Mr. Ambigo. He looked past us at Orion. So, I see, but I wanted a personal account of your abilities. That's why I asked for the invitation. Then you personally antagonized me, she accused him. He nodded. Yes. I wasn't impressed with your card tricks, so I thought it would speed things up to the grand show. Bentley jumped to her feet and clutched her bag in both hands. Her body shook and her jaw was clenched. How dare you, sir? How dare you, what in the world? I had grabbed her black skirt, and pulled her back into her seat. I'm doing you a favor, I told her as I turned to the officer. What about Orion? What happened to him? Ambigo pursed his lips. I'm afraid I can't be sure, but from what we witnessed, there's a spirit residing within his body. And that means what? He should start charging rent? I asked him. The corners of his lips twitched up. I'm not sure what it means. Does the name Mallory have any significance to you? I shook my head. Not a thing, and he's never mentioned it before either. Ambigo furrowed his brow as he rocked in his chair. Then we have to jot that down to the influence of the spirit. He stopped his rocking and his gaze fell on Bentley. What spirit did you summon? She shrank into herself and shook her head. I don't know. He arched an eyebrow. What do you mean you don't know? Bentley turned her face away and stuck her lower lip out. I mean what I say. I don't know what spirit was called. It intruded on my communication with the spirit realm, and forced itself to appear by sheer will. Ambigo leaned forward and set his arms on the desk.
Has this ever happened before?
She closed her eyes and shook her head.
Not in my nearly 70 years of experience.
He turned his attention to me.
That ghost seemed very interested in you.
Why? I shrugged. Maybe it had been a long time since he had any. Or perhaps he didn't like your coming at all, Madam Bentley spoke up. She straightened, and her fury fell on me. You wrecked the circle with an unlucky number of guests. Ambigo arched an eyebrow. Didn't you invite them? She shook her head. No. They arrived with an old set of tickets, so I let them in. I'm very sorry I did. I frowned, and jerked my head toward the unconscious Orion. So is he. Ambigo held up his hand. If I might be a part of this conversation, ladies. His sharp eyes studied me.
How did you two come upon the old tickets?
They came in the mail today, I told him. Any idea of the sender? No, there was no name or return address. He returned his attention to the other woman. Do you know how old the tickets are? She pursed her lips and shook her head. No. I've never changed my ticket design, and there's no dates on any of them. A soft groan interrupted our conversation. I spun around in time to see Orion's eyes flicker open. Orion? I yelled as I leapt from my seat and over to his side. Orion sat up and winced. His clutched his head in one hand and looked up at me. Did somebody get the license plate on that truck? Ambigo came up behind me.
It was an astral entity that hit you.
Orion blinked up at the man and the room around us. Where the hell are we? My office in the station, but how do you feel? That is besides the headache, Ambigo asked him. Orion swung his legs over the front of the couch and shook his head.
Fine, I guess.
He looked up into my face as I took a seat beside him. Did I miss anything? I snorted. No, and unfortunately the ghost didn't miss you. Do you feel any different than before the incident? Ambigo asked him. Orion shrugged. I don't know. I feel kind of stretched. Like I'm transforming but not quite. Ambigo glanced over his shoulder at Bentley, who remained seated but had her chair turned to us. What effects can he expect from this experience? She closed her eyes and shook her head. I couldn't say. Every experience is different, as every spirit is different. I turned to her and set my hand on Orion's shoulder. How do we unexperience? Orion jerked beneath my hand. I turned to him and started back. Orion's eyes were rolled back, but they still glowed that illuminated blue. His mouth was agape, and his head was tilted back. When he spoke, his voice didn't sound like his. It was higher pitched and softer. Mallory. Mallory. Each word was punctuated with increasing noise. His blue eyes widened and grew brighter. Mallory. Mallory. His face twisted into a horrible expression of agony, and a scream erupted from his lips. Then Orion collapsed. 4. Orion? I yelled as he slumped over. Ambigo and I caught him and pushed him back onto the couch. I tapped his face with my hand as Ambigo strode over to his desk, where sat a glass of water. He returned and cupped the nape of Orion's neck.
Help me tip his head back, he ordered me.
We tipped Orion's head back, and Ambigo poured some water down his throat. Most of it splashed down the front of Orion's shirt. Orion coughed, and his eyes fluttered open. He blinked at us.
What the hell happened? He gasped.
You were taken over by the spirit that now resides within you, a voice spoke up. We turned to find Bentley standing before her chair with her eyebrows crashed down and her lips pursed. She clutched her bag tightly in front of her.
It seeks to control you for some purpose.
I marched up to her and pointed at Orion. Take it out. She frowned at me. I can't, at least not tonight. Her eyes flickered to Ambigo. He broke the mood, and after that spirit barged in on the seance, I don't have the strength to call up the spirit world again. Can't you make a collect call or something? Or can somebody else do it for you? I persisted. Her eyes narrowed. Calling forth spirits isn't as easy as you believe. It takes skill, practice, and a great deal of concentration. When can you perform another seance? Ambigo spoke up. Bentley stood straight, and shifted her weight from one foot to the other.
Well, I don't really know.
This has never happened to me before, but I think I can do something tomorrow night, or maybe the day after. My mouth dropped open.
What's he supposed to do until then?
Her eyes flickered to me. I would suggest you find out what the spirit demands. If the spirit finds the rest it seeks, it will leave Orion. She looked to Ambigo. I'm very tired. If my services are no longer needed, I would like to write my statement and go home. Ambigo nodded.
All right, but I might have more questions for you later.
She bowed her head. Of course. Good night. She strode to the door but paused with her hand on the knob, and glanced at Orion. Don't be too worried about the spirit inside you. I sensed more sadness from him than malice. Orion managed to smile and gave a nod. Thanks. That helps a little. Bentley slipped from the room. Orion hung his head and ran a hand through his hair. I could really go for some bottled spirits. Ambigo stepped backward away from Orion and pursed his lips as he studied my mate. I've got worse news for you. I know you're not going to like this, Orion, but I'm going to have to ask you not to go too far out of town. Orion raised his head and arched an eyebrow.
What's that supposed to mean?
Ambigo sighed. It means until we figure out what the spirit inside you wants, and what he's capable of, you could be a danger to everyone.
That's why I want you not to travel too far.
Orion bitterly laughed.
To watch over me, is that it?
I folded my arms and frowned.
He's got a point.
Orion whipped his head to me and his face fell. A2, Trixie. I shrugged. I don't think we're going to get that spirit out of you by going into the middle of the woods and wolfing out. A sly grin slipped onto his lips. I'm willing to try that. I arched an eyebrow.
We tried that before and you got the sickness, remember?
I struck a pose with the fingers of one of my hands placed against my chest, and looked into the far distance. Besides, it's our responsibility to free this poor soul from whatever horror keeps it within this earthly realm. He chuckled.
A reporter's duty to search out the truth.
I dropped the pose and smiled.
Something like that.
Anyway, it'll make for a great story, and maybe the local rag would let me in on some future guest reporting. But after your statements and your word you won't leave town, Ambigo spoke up. We swore on paper and over heart that Orion wouldn't leave the vicinity of the town, and a half-hour later were set free upon the world. The streetlights lit the deserted streets of the quiet town. I paused at the bottom of the steps in front of the station and checked my watch.
The witching hour.
Think we'll find any more spooks? Orion smiled down at me. The phantom Pomeranian wasn't enough? I dropped my hand and looked up and down the empty streets. A good story needs a lot of scares, especially for a special Halloween edition. Are there any other ghosts we can scare up in this town to possess you? He pursed his lips as he gazed out on the street. I can't really answer that. There's a lot of unexplainable things in this town. I glanced up at him and arched an eyebrow. You mean more than the witches, ghosts and werewolves? He nodded. Much more. I poked his arm. You need to get me a brochure for this place. Orion grinned. Wanting to explore Witch's Way and Spook Cove? I leaned back and frowned.
I'm not sure if you're joking or not.
He chuckled.
You're just going to have to find out.
His chuckle ended in a slight cough. I arched an eyebrow. You okay? He bumped his fist against his chest and nodded.
Just this fall air.
Gets to me every year. I shrugged.
Well, speaking of finding out, we've got to find out what's up with this Mallory you keep mentioning.
He shrugged.
Never heard of her.
I swept my eyes over the street. Any chance of there being some public records in the library, or city hall? He shrugged again. Again, no idea. I snorted.
That's what I'm starting to suspect, but this is why I'm the reporter and you're the sidekick.
He frowned.
I thought I was the junior reporter.
I grabbed his hand and pulled him down the street. Nope, you've been demoted. Now, I'm going out on a limb here, but I'm guessing the library is open late. That I do know about. It's open from the afternoons to late at night, he told me. I nodded.
Good, now which way is it?
He pointed his finger over his shoulder, in the opposite direction we were headed.
That way.
I spun around and dragged him that way. I knew that. A short jaunt down a few blocks and we arrived at the city park. It was about 20 quaint acres of grass dotted with tall, thick trees, a small stage for performances and an outbuilding for restrooms. At the front of the park, flanked by 3 of the largest trees, stood the library. It was built in the same Greek temple style as the other public buildings in the town. Large windows looked out over a small, empty parking lot. Lights from inside streamed over the yellow-striped ground, and let me glimpse the long, tall bookshelves inside the building. I glanced at Orion.
So why's this place open so late anyway?
He shrugged.
No
idea. I get it, I finished for him. He grinned. Actually, I was going to say, no problem, I know that. I snorted.
Then why is it open so late?
He nodded at the windows. A figure of a man walked past them. Because the librarian is a night owl. I arched my eyebrow. Weird. What's their name? Orion shook his head.
He doesn't have one.
Everyone just calls him the librarian. I arched both eyebrows. Everybody's gotta have a name. Orion shrugged. If he did, everyone's forgotten about it. You saw for yourself how old he was in the mayor's office the night you ate your apple. I hearkened my memories back to that fateful night, and furrowed my brow. You mean that old geezer who came into the office with Darnell? My mate nodded. He's the one, and if anyone has answers about everyone in town it would be him. I tugged him toward the short flight of stairs that led up to the double-door entrance.
Then what are we waiting for?
This scoop isn't going to write itself. 5. I dragged Orion through the doors, and into the marble halls of the library. The smell of musty books hit my nose like a bag of bricks, swung by a sumo wrestler. I clapped my hand over my nose and glanced at Orion. He had a big grin on his face. You knew that was coming, didn't you? He shrugged. Maybe. I narrowed my eyes. Could you warn me about these things next time? I'm not used to the whole werewolf nose thing. It's all about practice, he teased me as he led the way deeper into the large, echoing chamber that made up the library. The uninterrupted space towered above us, and the packed bookshelves did the same. There were rows upon rows of dusty tomes and fresh paperbacks. A winding staircase led up to a balcony of more bookshelves. The desk was to our right when we entered, and behind that were a few doors that led into small offices. The front desk was unoccupied, but we heard the faint scuff of shoes and rifling of pages. We walked down the rows of shelving, until we reached the wall opposite the entrance. In the row stood a cart, and at the cart was the strange little man I'd met that night. The same spectacles graced the lower part of his nose, and his wispy white hair was combed back over his skeletal skull. He wore a dark brownish tweed suit, one nearly the same as that long night. In one wizened hand was open a large book, and his eyes scanned the pages. The temptation was too great. I raised my hand and slapped a stupid grin on my face. Hey! Librarian! Orion froze and cringed. The man raised his eyes, and looked over the top of his glasses at me. He pursed his lips and shut the book with a sharp clap.
This is a library, Miss Lyal.
I would have you treat it as such. Orion frowned at me. I sheepishly grinned at him, and shrugged as we walked over to the old man.
I couldn't help it.
Restraint is a virtue, the librarian commented, as he slipped the book into an empty spot on the impeccably tidy shelves. I grinned. Like my mom always says, no one in our family wants to go to heaven because we wouldn't know anyone there. That didn't even crack a smile from his lips. Tough audience. The librarian's eyes flickered to Orion.
How can I help you?
We were hoping you could tell us about a name we heard about, Orion explained. The old man's careful eyes studied Orion, and he arched an eyebrow. Merely heard about. Orion shrugged.
Well, it's a little more complicated than that, but could you tell us anything about anyone named Mallory?
The librarian furrowed his brow, and rubbed his chin between his finger and thumb. Mallory. That is a name I haven't heard in quite some time. He dropped his hand and walked around the cart to pass us. If you would follow me. We followed the librarian back to the front desk, and around the wide counter to a small door located in a niche to the far left. The other doors had windows in them, but this one was solid wood. There was also a large lock above the long, old-fashioned handle. The librarian pulled out a ring of large black keys from his pocket, and sifted through them until he found a particularly thick one. He inserted the key into the lock and turned. There was a loud grinding noise, followed by a finishing clang. The librarian opened the door, and revealed a long dark staircase that led beneath the library. He turned to us and his eyes fell on me.
Touch nothing.
The documents are fragile, and one careless handling will destroy them forever. Orion looped one of his arms through mine and nodded. Gotcha. I glared at him as the librarian walked down the stairs. Traitor. He grinned.
Just trying to be a good sidekick, boss.
The stairs took a sharp turn at a landing, and ended beneath the shelving. Another thick door stood in our path, but this one was likewise taken care of by one of the librarian's keys. We stepped into the dark depths of the basement, and into a world of musty, stifling air. The librarian flicked a switch, and illuminated a single large room filled with cardboard boxes, card catalogs, desks, chairs, filing cabinets, shelving, and the occasional loose book. What it didn't have were mousetraps and dust. The long wall opposite the entrance was lined with filing cabinets. The librarian led us over to those and walked down the row. I noticed the alphabet was stamped on the top of each cabinet. We stopped our walking at the one marked M, and the librarian pulled out the first drawer. Inside was a long row of vanilla folders. First and last names were written on the top, all in the same handwriting. Some of the folders looked ancient. The librarian thumbed through the front ones, until he came upon a particular folder which he pulled out. He turned to us and held out the folder.
This may be what you're looking for.
Thanks, Orion replied as he reached for the folder. The librarian pressed the folder against his chest, and narrowed his eyes. May I ask why you are interested in this name? I raised an eyebrow. Only if we can ask why you're asking. A small smile slipped onto his lips, and he held out the folder. In that case we will both keep our secrets, at least for a little longer. Orion accepted the folder, and turned the name toward us. It read Mallory, William. Orion made to open the folder, but the librarian placed his palm on the front of the paper container.
The library will be closing soon.
Orion nodded. Of course. Thanks for the help. The librarian bowed his head. Thinking nothing of it. It is my job, after all. We exited the library. I wrapped my arms around myself and shivered.
That guy gives me the creeps.
The librarian's always been a little weird, Orion agreed, as we stopped beneath one of the streetlights near the library. He held up the folder.
But what do you say we find out about this William Mallory?
I grinned.
I thought you'd never ask.
I slipped beside him, and Orion opened the folder. The contents were slim. There was a form with personal information, a few pages of an essay, and
"What do we have here?"
I commented, as I plucked a photo from the papers. I tilted the picture so the light caught its full black and white glory. The photo was faded and yellowed, but I recognized the young face of the spectre. The picture showed the upper half of his body. He wore a light-colored suit and a smile on his face. Behind him stood a large tree surrounded by grass.
"That looks like—" I raised my head and noticed Orion rub his temple.
I frowned. "You okay?" He dropped his hand and smiled at me.
"Just that fall air again."
"Anyway, what were you saying?" I studied him a moment longer, before I nodded at the picture. "I was saying it looks like we've found our ghost, but what happened to him?" I tapped the spot on the personal info form, where the date of death should have been written. "No death, so he should be alive, right?" Orion pulled the other papers out and frowned.
"I don't think so."
He handed me the papers. I saw they were typed out on an old-fashioned typewriter. At the top right was the name and address for the Apple Hollow Police Department. The paperwork was dated October 31st, some 65 years before the current year. I read the juicy bits aloud. "The above-mentioned William Mallory, resident of Apple Hollow for 3 years, has not been found. All searches have been called off, and he has been deemed a runaway. Should he return to Apple Hollow, he shall be reprimanded appropriately." I looked up and furrowed my brow. A runaway? At age 25?
"That's what the Hollow calls anyone who leaves the area without permission," Orion explained.
I snorted. Dang. I missed my chance to be a juvenile delinquent again. I broached the other contents. "Missing since October 29th, no family, last seen at—" My eyebrows crashed down and my eyes flickered up to Orion.
"Last seen walking to Madame Bentley's seance party."
Orion nodded.
"Not just a coincidence, is it?"
I handed him back the paperwork and shook my head.
"Not when it involves spooks."
"The only problem is where did he go, and why did he come back now?" Orion shrugged.
"No idea."
"The only clue we have are the 2 tickets." I smiled.
"The post office doesn't happen to be open this late, does it?"
He shook his head.
"That's one place that isn't open until midnight."
"Government hours only." My shoulders slumped and I sighed.
"So this mystery has to wait for the mail."
Orion wrapped his arm around me and pressed me against his side. I looked up and he wagged his eyebrows. "I've got an idea that'll make this night go faster." I grinned. "I'm all ears." He chuckled and we strode toward home.
"I'll find that out soon enough."
6. We walked home to his humble Victorian mansion abode. Orion tossed the folder onto his dining table and wrapped his arms around my waist. I turned in his hold and looped my arms around his neck.
"Wanting something?"
I teased. "Always. And this time I was thinking you could put on that sexy pirate outfit you've been piecing together," he suggested. I rolled my eyes.
"It's not just a sexy pirate costume.
It's more like a work of art." "I'd just be glad for the sexy part," he replied as he leaned down. His soft, hot kisses left a trail of desire down my neck. My heart thumped in my chest as my body warmed to his touch. His hands slid to my hips and around the back to massage my butt. I groaned into our kiss. He broke us apart and grinned down at me. "Like what you feel?" "Only if you don't break us apart again," I insisted. He swooped me into his arms and walked toward the stairs. "I can make that promise once we get to the right location."
"What about the couch?"
I suggested. He turned toward the living room so sharply I almost got whiplash. "Your wish is my command." We strolled through the dark house to the large long couch. He plopped down on a cushion and settled me so I straddled his lap.
"Comfortable?" he asked me.
I shifted and ground my crotch against his. There was a noticeable bulge in his pants that I rubbed against. He grunted and grabbed my hips to hold me still. I leaned close to him and brushed my lips against his. My voice was soft and sultry as my mind fell into this delicious lustful game.
Does that answer your question?
His reply wasn't original, but it was welcomed. He caught my lips in a hard, possessive kiss. His hands slid under my shirt and groped my swollen breasts. I rocked my hips in time with our touches. His hips thrust up, rubbing himself against my hot, wet core. Our sweat-soaked bodies strained against our clothes as our hands fumbled to take them off. My shirt fell away, followed by my bra. He popped open my pants and slid them and my underwear over my thick hips. I wiggled out of them and sat naked on his lap. His clothes were in the way. He growled and tore apart his shirt and pants, leaving him as naked as me. His lips nipped and suckled at my pert nipples. My soft groans filled the air, mixing with his hard grunts. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes. My tongue flicked out to wet my dry lips.
Oh God, this feels so good.
He slipped one of his fingers into my hot, wet core. I gasped and clutched his shoulders as he stroked my throbbing nerves. My hips rocked in time with his finger. I panted for air. My vision clouded. All I could see was him. All I could feel was his finger pleasuring me, instilling within me a lustful desire to be taken by him. My words came out in a deep pleading groan.
Yes.
Oh God, yes. Faster. Please God, faster. He removed his finger and pushed his thick manhood deep inside me. His thrusts were hard and fast. I couldn't follow. I could only enjoy the agonizingly delicious pleasure he stoked within me. He pounded away at me, taking me with the passion of an eager lover. I felt my hands lengthen into claws. My body sprouted thick soft fur. My breasts swelled and brushed against his hard smooth chest. That's when I noticed something was off. My lover wasn't changing. His deep grunts weren't the growls of a werewolf. He was still human. I leaned away from him and caught his eyes. They were that brilliant, glowing blue I'd seen during his possession. Orion? I whispered. A bright bluish light erupted from his body and washed over me. It enveloped me in a hot blanket of lust and desire. Its tendrils stroked my flesh and penetrated my body. He continued his frenzied thrusts, and together I was swept into a paradise of sweet, sensual lovemaking. My body tensed and shivered as I was consumed by light and man. It was a deep, intimate penetration that warmed me to my soul. I wanted more of it. Tingles of orgasm teased me. My flesh quivered beneath such hunger that this man and ghost stoked within me. I gasped as my body was ravaged by a delicious onslaught of sweet pleasure. My world became clouded with a bright white light. And then I was somewhere else. I stood fully clothed, on the edge of a world covered in endless white light. An oasis of reality lay before me. A large tree towered above a grassy knoll. At the foot of the tree stood a young man dressed in a brownish suit. He raised his eyes and I saw they were full of sorrow. When he spoke, his voice sounded far away, like I was hearing an echo of them.
Please help me.
I frowned. Why me? Help you how?
Please help me, he repeated.
Movement at the corners of the oasis caught my attention. The white world slowly consumed the green one. His voice grew softer. I could barely make out the words.
Please help me.
My eyes shot open. I sat up and gasped. Orion put his hands on my shoulders and held me still. Easy there. Don't move. I sat on the floor of his living room. We were both still naked. I whipped my head to him. My heart pounded in my chest.
What happened?
You slumped over just as we finished. I've been trying to get you to wake up 5 minutes, he told me. I stared at the floor and ran a hand through my wet hair.
Was that a dream or something else?
He frowned as he draped a blanket over my bare shoulders.
Was what a dream?
I dropped my hand and shook my head. I don't know, but somebody wants us to find out. Orion grasped my hands and looked into my eyes.
What happened?
I snorted.
Starting from when?
When you first kissed me, or when I lost consciousness? His didn't return my smile.
Both.
I sighed, but brought him up to speed on everything that happened. When I finished, he leaned back. His frown had deepened. We need to get this thing out of me, he commented. I nodded.
Yeah, but how?
Bentley's out of commission and, I gestured to the darkness outside, it doesn't look like anybody else is going to be open yet. He took hold of my hand and pulled me to my feet.
I think I know a couple of people who might be able to help.
He paused and glanced down at us.
But we'd probably better get some clothes on.
I grinned. We might fit in too well. Orion tugged me toward the stairs and shook his head. No, but they might think we're willing sacrifices. I tapped the tip of his nose.
You know the strangest people.
That got a smile out of him. You have no idea. I was about to find out, but after a quick trip to the closet, a few clothing items later, and we strode out of the house with the folder in hand. The dark sky and my watch told me it was 1 a.m. I slipped into the passenger seat of his car, and stifled a yawn as I tossed the folder into the back.
So, who are we going to see anyway?
Vampires. Zombies.
Witches, he informed me as we pulled away from the curb.
I shook my head and waved my hand at him.
Those are last week's news.
Give me something fresh to work with.
They're pretty witches, he added.
I arched an eyebrow.
That last witch we met wouldn't have been pretty even with a paper bag over her head. Your prejudice is showing, he teased me.
I crossed my arms and glared at the dashboard. Pretty witches. Next you're going to tell me there are vegan vampires, I quipped. I turned my head and glanced out the window. The Halloween decorations were a blunt reminder of the world I now inhabited.
So what do the kids dress up as in this town?
Office workers and baristas? He nodded. And the scariest creature of all, reporters.
Hardy ha ha. Now how are these witches supposed to help us?
I wondered.
They might be able to get this spook out of me, or maybe tell us what your dream meant, he explained.
I snorted.
That's a lot of ifs and maybes.
You have a better idea, he returned. I frowned and slunk down in my seat. No, but I don't like the idea of seeing another real witch. The last one tried to wipe my memory, like it was an incriminating hard drive.
It was for Darnell, he pointed out.
I glanced out the window. The town was left behind, and the forests were all around us. It wasn't the same road as the special tree, and ran perpendicular to the highway some 10 miles to our left. You told Ambigo we wouldn't leave the town, I reminded him. He shrugged.
I'm sure this'll be all right.
Besides, we won't be here long. Famous last words. 7. The paved road ended some 2 miles out of town, and from there we bumped another 5 miles on dirt road to a turnoff that made the dirt road look like a 3-lane freeway. Orion played Russian roulette with the potholes as we barreled down the muddy road. Every watery hole threatened to swallow the entire car. I grabbed onto the oh shit handle above my car door and hung on for dear life as we bounced our way down the muddy lane.
Are we even in Oz anymore?
I quipped. Orion smiled. You'll know if we ever leave the hollow. The not highway to hell lasted for some 5 miles before we reached the end of the road. The lane opened to a large circular meadow. The area was alive with campfires ringed with large stones. Wide-mouthed cauldrons hung over the fires and spewed forth white steam. Sparse green grass grew in tall patches against the wooden wheels of canvas-covered wagons. A primitive corral stood halfway in the woods, and was filled with thick-set horses. In the muddy paths between the wagons, women in long dresses and white blouses walked among the wagons, a few with little girls in tow. Orion stopped the car just off the road and gestured with both hands at the area. Here we are. A gypsy camp? I guessed. He grinned.
Not just any gypsy camp.
This one is an Amazonian gypsy camp. I glanced from the camp to him.
You're joking, right?
He nodded at the camp. Do you see any guys? My face fell.
You're not joking.
Orion shook his head.
Nope.
I pointed at him and then the camp. So, if this is a camp full of misandrous gypsy women, how are we going to talk to them?
We aren't.
You are, he explained.
And how am I supposed to do that?
I wondered. He shrugged. Work your feminine charm on them. I rolled my eyes. That only works on guys. Then work your male charm on them. I opened my car door and put one foot out.
You know what, I think I'll just wing it.
I stepped out. Orion leaned over the seats and waved at me. Have a good time at work, honey. I slammed the car door in his face and marched into the encampment. Many of the women stood around the campfires, stirring their large pots and cauldrons. Others sat on the short flight of steps that led up to the back doors of their wagons. All of them looked at me as I approached. I smiled and waved. Hi. I was just wondering. If you could expunge a spirit from your male friend, one of them hissed. I stopped and furrowed my brow.
Yeah, and
find out what it wishes, another added. My smile grew strained.
Yeah, so.
And you also wish to break the curse placed on you by your mate. The last one to spoke was a tall woman that stepped to the front of the pack. She was a tall, beautifully tanned woman with long black hair that trailed to her rear. Her attire wore a long skirt and woolen trench coat. In one hand was a roughly fired bowl of clay, and in another were some dried herbs. I frowned.
That's getting a little personal there.
She smiled and shrugged. We don't deny our gifts, we merely speak their truths. I arched an eyebrow.
I thought gypsies weren't supposed to tell true visions to outsiders.
It is a favor we grant to any who live in the hollow, in exchange for permission to live here, she explained.
Now, if you would follow me.
She turned and strode toward the largest of the wagons. I glanced over my shoulder at Orion. He nodded. I returned my attention to the camp and hurried after the woman. The short steps into her abode were covered in giggling little girls. She waved her hand at them. Off you go. They covered their giggling with their hands and scattered to the four winds of the encampment. We entered the wagon, and I gagged on the smell. The interior stank with the herbs and spices that hung from the wooden ribs above our heads. One side was covered with hanging pots, pans, and more clay bowls of various sizes. Against the driver's seat was a short bed covered in brightly colored quilts. On the right was a small table filled with stones, furs, and beaded jewelry. A bit of clothing hung out of a trunk beneath the table. A pair of tall stools in the middle of the wood plank floor finished off the decor. She gestured to one of the stools.
Please be seated.
I took one stool, and she the other so that we faced each other. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marela, leader of the gypsies who encamp here. She held up her hand. A sly smile slipped onto her lips. I know who you are, Miss Lyal. I frowned. You learn that from your tea leaves? She grabbed a paper from the table and held it up. It was a copy of the Daily Brew dated a few weeks back. On the front page was printed my picture and an article about the downfall of the town's mayor.
Not all information is worth a handful of herbs, she told me. So how can you help me?
And how do you even know why I'm here? I asked me. She set the paper down and smiled. With such questions we shall commence business. I know which question bothers you the most, but perhaps we will deal with the most pressing matter first. I arched an eyebrow.
So you guys.
Gypsy women, she corrected me. So you gals can see visions or something? Is that how this is going to work? I guessed. The woman smiled and crunched a few bits of dried herb in her hands. She tossed the remains into the bowl. A small puff of smoke rose and she cupped the bowl in both palms. The fumes floated into her face. She closed her eyes and breathed deep. When she opened her eyes, they were an illuminated green. Her voice was deep and hollow, like she spoke through a long tube. You seek to dispel the spirit from your mate.
I think we've already established that, I quipped.
And you wish to know what has guided the spirit to you, she added. I shifted on my stool.
I hope I'm not paying you by the word.
Her eyebrows crashed down. You are an unbeliever. That bodes ill for you. I shrugged. Only if you curse me with the sickness, but I'm hoping another curse would just cancel out the one I already have. Her hand whipped out and grabbed my wrist. I gasped at the cold touch of her frigid fingers. Her voice was louder, almost booming. You do not understand the danger that lies before you. I see death in your future. I tried to jerk my hand from her grasp, but she had a hold like iron.
That better be in 60 to 70 years.
Her green eyes stared into mine and she shook her head. No. Before the month is out you shall know death. I wrenched my arm from her hand. Mirella swayed backward and closed her eyes as she clutched her head. Her eyes flitted open and revealed their usual dark color. You have an unusually powerful spirit around you, she commented. And I think you might be a little too full of spirits, I returned as I slid off my stool. Listen, it was really nice of you to put on that show for me, but I think this is wasting my time. I'll just go consult a magic 8-ball and… Mirella stood so fast her stool clattered backwards onto the floor. Her lips were pursed tightly together, and her eyes were narrow as they looked down at me. You dare mock me? I pondered her question for a moment, before I nodded.
Yep. After what you have seen and become, she challenged me.
I crossed my arms and shrugged. I've seen werewolves and ghosts, but I haven't seen enough proof to believe witches aren't old hags stirring their cauldrons in a kid's cartoon. She snapped her finger at the door. Leave. I smiled and bowed my head. Only too gladly. I hurried out the door, and tripped over an old woman who sat on the steps. She wore a thick shawl on her shoulders, and a hood over her head. A skirt covered all but the very bottom of her hairy legs. We tumbled together onto the ground, and she rolled away from me. That's when her wig fell off. I picked up the long hairpiece, and studied it for a moment before I looked at the old woman. She wasn't so old anymore, and definitely not a woman. In fact, the angry face of Officer Ambigo glared back at me. Shadows fell over us. I looked up into the furious faces of 24 Amazonian witches. Mirella pushed her way to the front. Pick them up. We were pulled to our feet and held by the women. Mirella stepped in front of Ambigo.
Why have you intruded on the sanctity of our encampment?
It's official business, he replied. One of the women looked into a small bowl, before she nodded at me. He's after this woman and the male. Mirella whipped her head to me.
Why did you bring him here?
I snorted.
Why don't you consult your herbs?
Or are they on their lunch break? Her lips curled back in a snarl. She pointed at 2 trees at the edge of camp. Tie them there and bring the male. We were shoved toward the trees. I glanced at Ambigo. Mind telling me why you're trying to get me killed? He glared back at me. You weren't supposed to leave the town. Quit talking, one of our captors barked. We reached the trees where they pushed our backs against the trunks and pulled our arms behind us. Our hands were tied with thick ropes. Mirella and all of the encampment followed, but for a half dozen. They came back from the car empty-handed. Mirella turned to them.
Where is the man?
The leader of the search party shook her head. He's not in the car, and we can't seem to track him with our spells. Mirella frowned.
It must be because of the spirit inside him.
Search the area with your eyes and be careful. He is one of the cursed. They bowed their heads and hurried off. Morella returned her attention to us, and especially to me. You are a crafty one. You tricked my spells into believing you were here for advice. She marched up to me and grabbed my chin between her hands.
What was your real purpose in coming here?
I shrugged.
You tell me.
Half a dozen women whipped out small clay bowls and smashed dried herbs in them. It was like watching a bake-off, but without the tasty treats at the end. The women frowned and glared at the bottom of their bowls. Morella glanced over her shoulder at them.
Well,
one of them shook their head. We can't see very clearly. The man is clouding over everything, but we do see she came about a spirit. Her grip on my chin tightened. Look again. I yanked my chin out of her grasp and glared at her.
I'm not here to wreck your lives.
A great cry of horses rang from the corral some 30 feet to my left. The beast screamed and reared up. The general panic slammed some of the horses against the rickety wood that defined the corral. Poles clattered to the ground, and a few of the horses leapt over the hole and to freedom. Morella pointed at the hole and the loose steeds.
The horses.
Get the horses. The gypsies dropped their bowls and ran for the horses. Others hurried into the corral to calm the rest. I stiffened when a pair of hands brushed over mine. Don't yell, Orion's whispered voice warned me.
Where the hell have you been?
Sightseeing? I hissed as he sliced open the ropes. They do have wonderful woods around here, he returned as he moved over to Ambigo. I pulled my hands in front of me and rubbed my wrists. You had time enough to explore all of them. Ambigo glared at both of us as he was freed. Be quiet, or they'll.
They're escaping, a woman shrieked.
The herd of Amazonian gypsies turned their ire on us. Several of them mounted their bareback steeds and rushed through the hole in the fence. Orion grabbed Ambigo and my arms and shoved us toward the car. Run. 8. We raced to the vehicle, with the gallop of horses' hooves ringing in our ears. I passed by one of the numerous campfires, and my foot caught on one of the hearth rocks. My crash was spectacular, as I fell and rolled across the wet ground. I stopped on my stomach facing the car. Orion and Ambigo skidded to a stop and turned around. I lifted my head. The idiots made to move toward me. I glared at them and jabbed a finger at the car. Get out of here. Orion took a step toward me. But I'm still a woman and you're not, now get. I snapped. A clack of hooves close to my head made me roll onto my back. One of the large steeds stood over me, and both horse and rider glared down at me. The horse raised its hoof and slammed it at my head. I rolled left to dodge, then right to dodge the next step. It was like a dance of death, with my life on the line. Transform! Orion yelled. I raised my hands and focused on the beast within. She came out, and she wasn't happy. Fur and claws sprouted from my lengthened fingers. I felt my clothes expand with my increased muscles and hair. The horse aimed a hoof at my head and slammed it downward. I grabbed the hoof and threw it right back at the steed. The horse whinnied and reared back, throwing its rider and its dignity. The beast turned its braided tail and raced away. I climbed to my feet and looked around myself. My shoulders slumped. You've got to be kidding me. Orion, Ambigo and I were all completely surrounded by witch gypsies, both on and off horses. I backed up until I joined my companions. Got any other bright ideas? I growled at Orion. He opened his mouth, but Ambigo beat him to the punch. I do. Our strange companion stepped to the front of us and pulled out his badge. He flashed the shiny metal at the women. By Apple Hollow Ordinance Number 53, I demand a trial by combat. My mouth dropped to the ground. Oh what? Morella moved to the front of the women pack and glared at him. You invoke an old rule, man. Why should we listen to your demand? I leaned toward Orion. How old is this rule? 2 centuries, he whispered. Ambigo tucked his badge back into his coat. Because the ordinance hasn't been rescinded, if you disobey my request, then you forfeit your chance at keeping us and must let us go. Morella waved her hand at the other women. What if we were to just do away with all of you? No one would be the wiser. No one but the police department, Ambigo pointed out. Morella laughed. Her companions joined in with a good cackle. Those buffoons. We could easily fool them with false trails so they would never find you. A coy smile slipped onto her lips.
Or rather, what's left of you? What about Mab?
Orion spoke up. A gasp sprang from the women. Many backed away from us. In the distance a horse whinnied. Morella's eyebrows crashed down.
What does she have to do with this?
Orion folded his arms and shrugged. She wouldn't be too happy to see her favorite customer disappear. You could say she might go looking for me, and if she didn't like what she found, she might do something about that. Morella narrowed her eyes and pursed her lips. You're lying. Orion looked her in the eyes. Maybe, but do you really want to risk it? All eyes lay on Morella. Not a woman breathed. Even the horses stood stiff. My heart obliged by skipping every other beat. Morella's shoulders fell. She half turned away from us and waved her hand. Very well, I accept your challenge. I breathed out and clutched my chest. Orion smiled, and Ambigo nodded his head. He stepped forward. I will be our combatant. Morella looked at us and sneered. We won't fight men. It must be her, she nodded at me, who will be your champion. I stiffened and pointed at myself. Me? I squeaked. Orion put a heavy hand on my shoulder. We accept. Now who will she battle? Morella turned to us and grinned. I accepted your challenge, so I will do combat with you. I whirled around and glared at Orion. We came here to get rid of a spirit, not make me into one. Orion put his hands on my shoulders and turned me around so I faced Morella. You shouldn't have too much to worry about. After all, the pen is mightier than the sword. I glanced over my shoulder.
Which reminds me, I forgot my pen at home.
We need to go get it. One of the other women handed Morella a bowl and a leather bag stuffed with dried herbs. The women drew closer and created an impenetrable wall where we stood in the circular center. Ambigo and Orion were pulled back. I was left standing alone amid the din of children clapping and women shouting. Morella raised her hand. The din quieted.
The rite of combat has been initiated.
None may interfere. Now we will. I raised my hand.
I have a question.
Morella frowned.
What is it?
What are the rules? She smiled.
There are no rules.
You must merely knock me unconscious whatever way you can. My face drooped. Seriously? I'm living a real-life version of Calvin Ball? Morella arched an eyebrow. What is this?
Ready, set, go.
I shouted as I lunged at her. She leapt out of the way. I tumbled to the ground but righted myself and spun around. The witch gypsy threw a handful of herbs into her bowl. Thick fog poured out and covered the ring in its impenetrable white body. I stretched out my arms and groped in the dark. My hands felt the faces of the spectators.
Watch it, one of them shrieked.
Hands grabbed me and spun me around before they shoved me back into the circle. I stumbled forward and squinted at the fog. My eyes were transformed, but I couldn't see the end of my nose. That particular organ was also being particularly useless. All I could smell were dried herbs. Morella's laugh echoed through the mist. Your werewolf eyes are useless in such white darkness, and my herbs will keep you disoriented until the fog is cleared. I cried out as an elbow came down on the back of my neck. My nerves screamed out in pain as I stumbled onto my knees. I growled and whirled around. There was nothing but fog. You can forfeit if you wish, Morella taunted me. I climbed to my feet and used the back of my hand to wipe away the muck from my chin. Damn it, I muttered. Orion's voice broke through the stillness. If you can't use your werewolf senses, then use that reporter instinct. Search her out.
It's worth a shot, I murmured as I took a deep breath and stood straight.
The fog was as dense as ever. I cleared my throat. Marco. Morela's irritated voice came from the fog. My name is. I spun around and lunged at the rough location of her voice. My clawed hands grasped her coat as she moved out of the way. One of my long fingernails caught on her clothing, and I was tugged along for a few feet. Let go. Get off me, she demanded. I lunged and fell into her. We both toppled to the ground. Something shattered a few feet away. The fog cleared and revealed the astonished crowd. Beneath me lay Morela in all her ire. Beyond us lay the remains of her clay bowl, and a few puffs of fog. I positioned myself so I straddled her, and grinned at my captive. You could forfeit. Her eyes narrowed. Never. I leaned back and crossed my arms over my chest. I didn't come here to play with you. I just wanted to know how to get that stupid ghost out of Orion, okay? Now you can either give that info to me so I can leave, or I can sit on you and give you a noogie until the sun comes up. Which will it be? She furrowed her brow. Give me what? I fisted a hand and rubbed my knuckle against her forehead. This isn't noogie. She squirmed and whipped her head from side to side. Stop it. Stop it at once. I hovered my knuckle over her forehead. Give me the info or the forehead gets it again. I glanced up at the horrified faces around me. Besides, I don't think this is helping your image. She growled and turned her face away. Very well. I stood and offered her my hand. She sat up and waved it away. I stepped back and let her climb to her feet. Orion walked over and wrapped his arms around my waist. You did it, he yelled as he swept me in a circle before he put me back on solid ground. I shrugged. Of course. I glanced at Morela. Behind her congregated her tribe of Amazons. I broke from Orion and turned to her. Well. She pursed her lips and shook her head. I have no information on how to release the spirit from this man. My face twisted into disbelief. Seriously? She nodded. I'm afraid so. We only know how to contact spirits, not how to exorcise them. My shoulders slumped. I just went through mortal combat for nothing. Just think of it as your own exorcising, Orion teased. I spun him around so he pointed at the car, and gave him a nice good push. Let's leave before I make you a homicide headline. Remember my warning. Morela called out. I waved to her over my shoulder. I know. I'm going to make the acquaintance of death. I'll put in a good word for you when I meet him. Orion stiffened, and glanced over his shoulder at me. Death. I dug my feet into the ground and kept pushing. Keep walking or you'll meet him before I do. 9. We climbed into the car, and found ourselves with an extra passenger. Ambigo slid into the rear seat and shut the door. I'd appreciate a lift to my car. I had to park it a mile down the road to avoid notice. We both leaned back and looked over our shoulders at our guest. I glanced at Orion, and nodded my head at Ambigo. Should we toss him out? Orion sighed and started the car. It's tempting, but I wouldn't want to give Chief Orso that much paperwork to fill out after the women are done with him. We turned around and drove down the road. I looked at our guest. Just as a favor to a reporter, how did you happen to be where we were? Ambigo smiled. I asked you not to leave the town, so what else could I do but follow you when you did leave? I narrowed my eyes. But how'd you know we left the town? He chuckled. That's my secret. I looked to Orion. He's bugged the car. My mate nodded. I'll be sure to have it cleaned. Ambigo frowned. I still must insist neither of you leave the town again. I half turned in my seat to look at both Orion and Ambigo. Do you want us to get that spook out of Orion or? The devil was suddenly hit with a violent coughing fit. The car swerved a little, as he hacked out his guts in a bone-rattling choke. I lunged toward him, and grabbed the wheel to keep us out of the muck pit of a ditch. He brushed my hands aside and took back control.
I'm fine, he coughed.
I sat back down and frowned. You're about as fine an injured ox on the Oregon Trail. Do you want me to take you out behind the wagon, or the cactus? He steadied himself and grinned.
I'd rather you take me out to dinner.
I'm starved. I sighed and jerked my thumb over my shoulder.
First things first, we get rid of the extra baggage.
We reached Ambigo's car and pulled over. He slipped out and stepped up to Orion's window. I know you probably won't listen, but remember that we don't know what the spirit of this Mallory wants and what it can do, so be careful. I saluted him.
Will do, Captain.
The officer chuckled.
That's detective to you, but good luck on your search.
I'll see what I can dig up myself. He strode over to his car, and we continued on our journey back to town. I slumped in my seat and crossed my arms over my chest. The clock on the dashboard read 3 a.m.
Half the night wasted, and we still can't talk to the post office.
Orion grinned.
I've got a way to make up for it.
I stifled a yawn.
I hope it has coffee.
All that can be brewed, he promised. Mab stood behind the counter, as Orion and I shuffled into her diner and climbed onto our usual stools. She strode over with paper and pencil in hand. Her eyes flickered between us. Would you like a pitcher of coffee, or should I bring the machine out? Orion held up 2 fingers. 2 pitchers and bring me a stack of pancakes soaked in syrup, she finished for him as she scribbled the order down. She turned to me. Do you want tartar sauce with that basket? I frowned.
How do you always? I'll take that as a yes.
Your food will be ready in a few minutes. She turned and walked into the kitchen. I glanced at Orion and jerked my head where she'd gone.
Doesn't that seem odd to you?
He smiled and shook his head.
You get used to it.
So what did you order? I shrugged.
I think I ordered the fish and chips basket I wanted.
He arched an eyebrow.
That's a strange meal at a time like this.
I leaned back and sighed.
This whole stinking mess got me thinking about fish.
The only thing we've found out is the ghost's name and when he was around. Orion leaned his elbows on the counter and smiled. I'm afraid my physical tracking skills won't work too well here, but we could ask around to find out who knew him. I picked up my fork and tapped it against my chin.
There's also something else that's bothering me.
That file said he wasn't very old when he disappeared, right? Orion nodded.
Yeah, about 25.
I raised the fork in front of me and admired my reflection. What age do you think that ghost looked before he dive-bombed us? He shrugged. About, his eyes widened. He snapped his fingers.
He looked exactly as he did in that photo.
I set the fork down and nodded. Yep, and if my ghost rules aren't too far off, that means he died shortly after he disappeared. Orion pursed his lips.
Or he disappeared because he died.
I folded my arms onto the counter and looked at him. Have I ever mentioned that Apple Hollow seems to be in a race to be trouble capital of the world? He sighed. Seems to be that way, doesn't it?
But where do we go from here, boss?
I slumped over my arms and shrugged. Until the post office opens, we go nowhere but home. Orion closed his eyes and shook his head. His tongue made a soft clicking noise. And here, I thought you were an ace reporter. My narrowed eyes flickered over to him. I've attended a botched seance, got to see the interior of the police department again, and had to face the leader of a band of anti-man witch gypsies. I think I've deserved a break. Orion glanced at the kitchen entrance and leaned back. Speaking of breaks, here comes our dinner break. Mab swept behind the counter, and in each hand was a platter. She slid one in front of each of us, and dropped 2 hot pitchers of coffee between us. The apple pie is on the house, she told us. I looked down at my plate, and noticed the thick wedge of fruity desert. A smile came over my face as I picked up my fork.
Troy told me to try this sometime.
I guess now's as good a time as any. I stuck my fork in the soft, crumbly desert, and snapped up a large bite. Orion chuckled as he started on his meal.
You're not supposed to start with desert.
I shrugged. I figured I might as well enjoy this before I join Mallory on the other side. Mab arched an eyebrow.
Mallory?
Orion stabbed his food and nodded. We had some trouble in Bentley's seance tonight. A ghost of this guy intruded on the spirit of a Pomeranian, and tried to go after Trixie. I got in the way, and now I'm stuck with him. Mab pursed her lips. I see. That is why the air is so foggy tonight. I gazed over my shoulder at the street. The air was clear.
Looks okay to me, I commented as I returned my attention to Mab.
Mab shook her head.
Not the physical air.
The air of the spirits. My fork paused mid-mouth and I frowned. Come again. She smiled and placed her hand on the counter so her palm faced the ceiling. My eyes widened as I watched a small blue flame burst from her palm. The fire swayed and flickered. Mab's voice was soft and quiet. The spirits are all around us. One need only focus their will to summon them. Orion cut into his pancakes and snorted. And have a gift for gabbing with them. I looked into Mab's lit face and furrowed my brow. Are you a medium? Mab frowned and shut her hand into a fist, extinguishing the flame. She stood straight and turned her nose up. My gifts are not so mercenary. Orion chuckled as he took a bite of his food. When he spoke, bits of pancake sprayed the counter. No. You just like to show it off when you can. Mab turned to him, and a sly smile slipped across her lips. Would you like more spice with your pancakes? Orion's eyebrows crashed down, and he wrapped his arm around his plate to drag it close to his chest.
Threatening a man's dinner is against the Geneva Convention.
She laughed.
What is that to any of us?
I raised my hand. If I could be called on before we get into crimes against humanity territory, if you don't consider yourself a medium, then what are you? Another witch? Mab picked up a pitcher and poured some coffee into my cup. For the present, I am your waitress. For the future, that remains to be seen. She put down the pitcher and smiled at us. But if your questions are done. Mab. It was Orion who spoke up. His eyes matched hers and he pursed his lips. You know we need your help, so why not give us a hand here? Mab sighed. If you seek the dead, then there is no better place to find them than where they rest. He arched an eyebrow.
But he wasn't buried there.
He went missing. Mab chuckled and turned away from us. That is all the help I can give this evening. Enjoy your meals and leave the money on the counter. She strode back into the kitchen. Orion stood on the bottom rung of his stool and leaned over the counter. Mab. Come on. I grabbed his shoulder and pushed him back down onto his stool. As you told me, don't bother. If she doesn't want to answer any questions, then nobody can find her. He pursed his lips and glared at the kitchen entrance.
Sometimes it's not easy knowing that.
I leaned forward to catch his attention.
So what was that last bit about anyway?
Do you know what she was talking about? He looked down at his plate and nodded.
Yeah, but I think we should wait.
I arched an eyebrow.
Wait for what?
The sun. I glanced at my watch.
But it's only 3.
Why don't I go change into something less Mortal Kombat covered, and we check this place out right now? He glanced at me. I didn't like the teasing glint in his eyes. Only if you change into your Halloween costume. It is technically that day. I leaned away from him and frowned. On second thought, skip the change of clothes.
Let's just go.
Orion's face fell. I rolled my eyes.
I'll do it when we get back home, okay?
Orion grabbed my hand and pulled me away from the counter. I snatched my untouched basket, and he dragged me to the door. Come on. We'll be breaking Ambigo's rule again, but it's for a good cause. 10. We slid into our seats, and I set my food on my lap. The warm plate was a comfort to me, as was the food as I munched while Orion drove us through town. We cruised past Troy's motel, and out into the country. The forest was dotted with a few small farmhouses, on their 5 acres of gardens and ancient orchards. Hills rose from the forest like warts on a witch's nose, and showed off their ample supply of lumber.
So where are we going?
I asked through a mouthful of chips. To the cemetery. I choked on said chips. Going where? To Apple Hollow Cemetery, he repeated. I swallowed a chunk of chips and frowned. Don't you think we've had enough fun with dead people for one really long night? He showed off his crooked grin.
Let's just say you're getting the first-class tour of the hollow.
Enjoy the atmosphere. Soak it up. I snorted and pointed a chip at him. Like you soaked up that ghost like a sponge? He winced. Maybe not that absorbent. So maybe absorbent enough to suck up the spirit of a Pomeranian? I guessed. He sighed. Okay, maybe I didn't use the right words, but if Mab says we should go this way, we should go this way. I stared ahead at the windshield and furrowed my brow. Speaking of her, what's her deal? Is she a witch, a ghost, a were-person, or a combo were-witch spook? Orion let a smile curl onto his lips, and shook his head.
None of the above.
I arched an eyebrow.
So I was right when I guessed medium.
He shook his head.
Wrong again.
I glared at him.
Then what is she?
There was that shake of his head again.
You don't want to know.
I wagged a chip at him. It was extra long and dangerous. If I didn't want to know, I wouldn't be asking, and if I wasn't asking, I wouldn't be the first-rate reporter that I am. And modest. It's one of your best traits, he teased. I crunched on the chip.
So what is she?
He sighed and shrugged.
I'm not really sure myself, and she won't tell me.
My eyes narrowed.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means she can do a lot of crazy things that nobody else can do, like, he nodded at the basket in my lap, knowing what you want to eat. It makes her diner the best place in town to eat because she has the fastest service. And I persisted. He shrugged.
You've seen the evidence.
She told us to come here, and she's never wrong on these kinds of hunches. I slid down in my seat and raised my hand where all 5 of my fingers were spread. I counted them down. So she can tell the food future, led us to horrible deaths, have her cat annoy customers.
That's not her cat, he spoke up.
I glanced at him.
Then what is it?
A customer? He shook his head. That cat's Mab. I dropped my hand into my lap and rolled my eyes.
I know it has the same name as her, but, he shook his head. You don't understand.
That cat is Mab. I blinked at him.
You're joking.
I kid about a lot of stuff, but I never joke about the paranormal abilities of others, he told me. I furrowed my brow.
So she's a were sort of.
A mini were. He shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine, and we could guess all night if you, a coughing fit overtook him. I lunged for the wheel as we swerved left and right. Fortunately, the road was deserted at that time of the morning. His fit lasted so long I scooted my foot over to the brake pedal. We coasted to a stop a mile down, and I put the car into park. Orion was bent over. His face was a grisly shade of white and red. I leaned forward and patted his back. Are you going to be okay? He straightened and nodded. A few shuddered gasps escaped his lips before his shoulders relaxed.
It felt like something tried to get out of me through my mouth.
I frowned. Like a ghost. He nodded his head.
Probably.
It felt like a cold fog was climbing up my throat, but it couldn't quite reach my tongue. I stuck out my tongue.
That's one description I'd rather not put into print.
He grabbed a hold of the steering wheel. I set my hand atop one of his, and looked at him.
You sure you should drive?
He smiled and put the car into drive. I'm fine. A little ghost isn't going to get the better of this werewolf. Famous last words. We drove along the winding road for a couple of miles, until we reached a dirt road. A steel archway at the entrance was a calling card for trouble. Beyond the arched entrance, branches of the pine trees hung over the narrow road. A black wrought iron picket fence ran 50 feet along either side of the arch. Dead ivy hung from the arch and fence, and scraggly bushes lined the ground behind the fence. Beyond the ironworks was a small hill. The foot of the hill started about 50 feet from the entrance, and made a gentle climb to the top. The road meandered its way through a forest of grey headstones that haphazardly lined the slope. Here and there stood a small stone building that indicated a family tomb. A few large maple and willow trees rose up from the ground and covered the tombstones in deep shadow. Around 3/4 of the foot of the hill stood the tree line, an imposing wall of ancient pines and firs that heralded a thick stretch of the woods. So is there some sort of a rule where cemeteries have to be scary as heck? I asked him. He shrugged and opened his door. We're an old-fashioned community. We stepped out and I walked around to his side. Orion stepped toward the arch but gasped and clutched his chest. Orion? I shouted as he fell to his knees and struggled for air. I set my hand on his shoulder and looked at his face. It was as pale as death.
I don't think your spirit squatter likes the cemetery.
That's fine, he murmured as he struggled to his feet.
That might mean we're on the right track.
I grasped his shoulders and steadied him as he swayed side to side.
So do you want a plot in the back or the front?
He looked to me and blinked.
What's that?
I nodded at the cemetery. If you keep pushing yourself like this, you're going to be pushing up daisies.
Now just let me.
No. He shrugged off my hands and walked over to the arch where he half turned to face me.
I'm not leaving you alone here.
Who knows what's waiting in there? I glanced at one of the mausoleums.
Hopefully not my mummy, and I don't want you to end up here for a long stay.
He smiled and crossed his finger over his heart. I promise as a loyal sidekick that I won't kick the bucket here. I frowned, but stalked past him into the graveyard. Do that and I'll promote you back to junior reporter. Orion moved to stand beside me, as we looked over the eerie cemetery. Nothing stirred, not even the yellow leaves on the maple trees. When he spoke his voice was a whisper. Kind of spooky here, isn't it? I nodded. Yeah. I wish Mab would have given us a better clue than find dead people. He stepped forward and lifted his nose to the air. Maybe she didn't have to. You smell that? I took a sniff and wrinkled my nose. Lilacs. Come on. Orion took my hand and led me around the left-hand side of the hill. The dark side of the hill was spookier than the front. The shadowed trees of the forest loomed over the decaying headstones. Partially hidden crypts stuck out of the ground, and steps led down to their ivy-covered stone doors. The stairs and landing in front of the doors were piled high with dead leaves and dirt. Orion stopped and yanked me into one of those alcoves. I tripped down the stairs and nearly broke my neck at the bottom.
What the hell, HM? He put his hand over my mouth. Someone's there, he whispered.
Orion peeked over the top that was level with the ground. I yanked off his hand and stood on my tiptoes. My small height prevented me from looking over. I slipped a foot onto the mossy bottom step and peeked over the top. The edge of the forest was some 100 feet from us. At the edge, nestled among the tall uncut grass, was hunched a small figure. They were partially turned toward us, and I could see there was a lit candle on the ground in front of them. The person was small, and clothed in a thick cloak and hood that covered most of their face. Another witch? I whispered. He shook his head.
I don't think so.
Lilac isn't that popular a scent for spellcasting.
Doesn't quite have the same flair as dead rat, does it?
I mused. Orion put his finger to his lips, and nodded at the figure. The person tilted their head back to look at the clear sky. Their hood slid back and draped over their shoulders. My jaw dropped open when I recognized the wizened old woman from the drugstore. I looked to Orion. I saw my words stuck in my throat when I noticed his eyes were that strange bluish color. He stared intensely at the rock wall in front of him. His teeth were ground together, and his hands clutched at the ground above us. I grabbed his shoulder and gave him a shake. Orion? Are you? Orion's head whipped back and he gave a strangled cry. He collapsed onto the stairs, writhing in pain. His hands clutched at his chest as he tilted his head back. He opened his mouth wide, and deep down in his throat I saw the same bluish light as his eyes. The bluish light was pushing another smaller orb of yellowish light from deep inside his body. I rushed to his side and snapped his mouth shut. He whipped his head left and right as light shone through his teeth. I straddled him and pinned him to the ground with my girth.
Fight it, Orion.
You have to fight it. I ordered him. He squeezed his eyes shut. His body arched. I closed my hand over his mouth.
Swallow, damn it.
He forced a large gulp. The light inside his mouth disappeared into his throat. His body slumped over and his head lolled to one side. My eyes widened. I shook one of his shoulders. My voice was a strangled whisper. Orion? He didn't reply. I fumbled for his arm and checked for a pulse at the wrist. I gave a deep sigh when I found some life in his body. I dropped his arm and stood. My eyes chanced on the spot where the woman had knelt. She was gone. I ran a dirty hand through my hair and shook my head. Great. Just great. I glanced down at Orion. A tap with my foot didn't do anything. There was only one thing to do. I slipped my hands beneath his arms and pulled him up the stairs. His feet left drag marks in the piles of leaves and dirt.
You still need to lose weight.
11. I dragged him to the car and propped him in the passenger seat. A quick drive to town, and I pulled into the parking lot of Troy's motel. Troy stepped out of his office and wasn't surprised to see me when I came in backward, dragging Orion behind me.
Some help, I wheezed.
Of course, Troy agreed as he helped me lift Orion and heft him inside. We tossed him onto a small couch beside the door, a new furnishing after last time's ordeal on the floor. Orion's feet stuck out one end. I turned to Troy, who knelt beside Orion. I would have taken him to the hospital, but I'm a little paranoid about that place now, and your place has nicer slabs than Mab's. Troy smiled as he opened Orion's eyes one at a time. They both held a faint bluish light in the dark depths.
That's quite all right.
Her medicines would be ill-equipped to deal with. Orion's hand snapped up and grabbed Troy's wrist. His eyes flew open and glared at Troy. His voice sounded like it came from the other side of a long, echoing tunnel. No medicines. No medicines. Each word was punctuated by his louder voice. He raised himself to a seated position, and kept his hand wrapped around Troy's wrist as he stuck his face into that of the old man.
No medicine.
No medicine. Troy pursed his lips and pressed the palm of his free hand over Orion's eyes. I saw his eyelids shut, and Orion fell back onto the couch. His hand slid off Troy's wrist, and dropped over the side of the furniture. I glanced at Troy. The old man stood and rubbed his wrist as he looked down at Orion. There were red marks that marked the placement of Orion's fingers.
This is more grave than I suspected. What the hell's going on?
What did you do to him, and what's that spirit doing to him? I questioned him. Troy sighed. I placed him into a deep sleep, but it appears the spirit within Orion is not compatible with him. I arched an eyebrow. Come again. Troy dropped his hand and turned to me. For a spirit to possess a human for any length of time, there must be some compatibility, some common connection, such as blood relationship, or common living experiences. It appears the young man who possesses Orion is not similar in character to him. So that means we do what? I asked him. He shook his head. We can do nothing, but there is one who may. Troy walked over to his desk and picked up the landline phone. He dialed a number and waited. The phone rang 10 times before a groggy voice on the other end answered it.
What do you want?
Troy smiled. I'm sorry to disturb you at such a late hour, Madam Bentley, but this is Troy Down. Troy. Bentley yelled loud enough that Troy winced and pulled the phone away from his ear. My goodness, what a pleasant surprise. What can I do for you? Troy risked putting the phone back to his ear. I know the hour's late, but I was wondering if you could come down to my motel right now. I'd like to ask you some questions about a recent possession. Of course. Of course. I'll be right there. Click. Troy put down the receiver and turned to me with a smile. She means well. I leaned my shoulder against the wall between the foot of the couch and the door and arched an eyebrow. This may be a long-shot guess, but I'm thinking you and Mab have a lot of clout in this town. He shrugged. We merely have a close relationship with many in the town. I swept my eyes up and down him in close study.
Aha! And I'm a vampire.
He chuckled. Have you become one of those now too? I wasn't aware they could cross their kinds. I frowned. I can't tell if you're joking or not. Troy glanced at his clock and then Orion. Species discussions aside, we should put Orion in a more comfortable bed. He may be unconscious for quite some time. Like how long? I asked him. He shook his head. I can't say for certain, but the sun will dampen the energy of the spirit. Unfortunately, that is quite a few hours away, and that is why I have called Madam Bentley. She will help contain the spirit. You can't just keep dragging your hand over his eyes? I wondered. He positioned himself behind Orion's head. I would rather not. Arthritis, you know. Would you please handle the feet? We hefted Orion off the couch and out the front door. The spacious suite next door was available, and the short haul to the soft bed in the motel room was accomplished in a few minutes. I had just dropped his feet when I heard the crunch of car tires in the parking lot.
That would be our friend, Madam Bentley, Troy commented.
He hurried out to greet her. I walked around the bed and knelt beside Orion. His expression was tense and his eyes were shut tight. Orion? I whispered. No response. I pursed my lips.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I want you to keep fighting this thing.
You can't let it win. A lump stuck in my throat. I swallowed, but that didn't stop a few tears from welling in my eyes.
What would I do without my junior reporter, huh?
Don't you know a big-time reporter's gotta have a tag-along? Troy's voice in the front room warned me of their coming. I jumped to my feet and wiped away the tears a moment before Troy ushered Madam Bentley into the bedroom. She was all smiles, and I even detected a hint of flirtation in her voice.
It really was no bother.
I'm always eager to help a friend, she commented. If you could examine him and give your expert prognosis, it would be a very great help to us, Troy told her. Her eyes fell on Orion. Their eager look vanished and was replaced with a sharp touch.
Him, is it?
Her narrowed eyes flickered to me.
What's happened?
I opened my mouth, but she waved me off.
Never mind.
I'll see for myself. She strode to the side of the bed and pinched his arm. Her frown deepened.
This is very serious.
The spirit has grown much stronger since the seance. What'd be great to know is how to get it out, I pointed out. She raised her gaze to me and her eyebrows crashed down. As I told Mr. Ambigo, I don't have the strength to exorcise a spirit until at least tomorrow night.
Then is there any way to get it out without an exorcism?
I asked her. She dropped her hold on him and nodded.
There is.
You'd have to find out why the spirit returned to this plane of existence. If it finds peace, then it will leave him. I folded my arms and furrowed my brow. The ghost freaked out in the cemetery right when we saw that woman. Bentley frowned.
What was she doing?
I dropped my arms and shrugged.
I don't know.
We didn't get a chance to look before Orion dropped to the ground, and these two balls of light tried to climb out of his mouth. Madam Bentley's eyes widened. Two balls. Not one. I arched an eyebrow.
There was one the first time it happened, but this time there was two.
She turned away and clasped her hands together. Why?
What does that mean?
She shook her head.
It means nothing good.
Were they the same color? No, one was yellow, and the other was blue like the first time it happened. I stepped closer to her and tried to catch her eye.
What does that mean?
What are they? Bentley paced the room and shook her head.
This is terrible.
Very, very terrible. I lunged forward and grabbed her shoulders. I turned her toward me, so she could witness my furious impatience.
What does it mean?
She shrank beneath my gaze. It means the soul that inhabits his body is trying to escape, and in doing so it threatens to push his soul from his body. The yellow soul is Orion's, I whispered. She nodded. I believe so. I dropped my arms and turned away from her. My eyes fell on Orion's stiff form. Waves of remorse, depression, and sadness swept over me. Fortunately, I wasn't one to wallow in those emotions. I straightened and spun around to face Bentley and Troy. Can you two take care of Orion for me until I get back? Bentley frowned.
That would depend on where you're going. Back to the cemetery.
I want to know what that woman was doing, and why the ghost freaked out when he saw her, I explained. Troy smiled and nodded. And I will accompany you. I shook my head.
I need you to watch over Orion.
He turned to Bentley. Would you be kind enough to care for him in our absence? Madam Bentley straightened and bowed her head to him.
It would be my pleasure.
Troy returned his attention to me, and swept his hand to the door.
Please lead the way.
I shrugged and strode past him. It's your funeral. Troy followed me, and we stepped out of the motel suite. I paused when I caught sight of a familiar figure. Detective Ambigo leaned his back against Orion's car. He pushed off the driver's door and bowed his head to us. Good morning. I checked the clock. 4 in the morning. Morning, yes, good no. Ambigo chuckled. Even a jug of Mab's coffee wouldn't help one shine this early, and it wouldn't explain what you were doing in the cemetery.
We had an interview with a spook, but it turned out to be a dead end, I quipped.
He glanced from Troy to me. Are you going back for a second try? I sighed and shook my head. No, we're going back to try to catch something a little more solid. Orion and I saw a woman in the cemetery, and I thought I'd see if I could find where she went. Ambigo opened the driver's door, and nodded at the other side of the car. This sounds like a job for the police, but I'll let you come along. I snorted, and strode over to the front passenger door. Don't mind if we do, officer. Troy followed and took a seat in the rear of the car, and our merry band drove on our way. 12. We drove down the winding road, with the whisper of a small breeze. Ambigo glanced at me. Did you recognize this woman you saw? I leaned back and furrowed my brow. Yeah. I saw her in the drugstore yesterday afternoon. The owner called her Bertha. Ambigo raised an eyebrow and glanced over his shoulder. I see. I frowned and leaned toward him. I can see too. You've got to spill a scoop to a reporter when she's the one holding it. Ambigo sighed and returned his attention to the dark road. We can't be sure it's her. But you are, I interrupted.
Is she elderly, about 80? He asked me.
I nodded. About there, and she seemed pretty friendly with the owner. Ambigo pursed his lips and glanced over his shoulder at Troy.
Does that sound like Bertha Ord to you?
I looked over my shoulder in time to see Troy nod.
It does. So who's she?
I asked them. Bertha Ord is the wife of Connor Ord, the pastor of the church, he explained. I whistled.
Now things are getting interesting.
What kind of a church are we talking about? The midnight in the graveyard kind? He shook his head. No, non-denominational, but not the kind that has their members go to the churchyard after dark.
Then she's breaking the rules, I quipped.
We soon arrived at the cemetery. Ambigo drove the car through the arched gateway and stopped 10 feet shy of the first row of graves. We got out and looked around. The place was quiet. Too quiet. Ambigo pulled a flashlight from beneath his seat and clicked it on.
Where did all this happen? He questioned me.
I nodded at the left-hand side. Over there. I led the 3 men to the below-ground crypt, with its staircase, and pointed at the subterranean alcove. We dropped down there to hide from her. I glanced at the tree line. And she was kneeling in front of those large trees. Ambigo stepped down the stairs and shone his flashlight on each step. Troy walked past us, and over to where Orion and I had seen the woman. I followed him. The trees in that part of the tree line were ancient willows mingled with maples. Their soft wood branches hung from their silver-hued limbs, and waved in the slight breeze that floated over us. The grass was tall and thick, and looked like it hadn't seen the blade of a mower in a decade. Troy paused in front of one particularly knotty willow tree, and looked at the ground. I followed his gaze. At our feet, nestled in the dead leaves, sat a small clear glass candle holder with a half-burnt yellow candle inside. I stooped and picked up the holder. The wax of the candle was solid, but the glass was slightly warm. I turned it over in my hand and frowned.
She bought this today.
What did you find? Ambigo asked as he came up behind us. I held up the candle. Please tell me this isn't a witch's candle. He took the holder and shook his head. No. The wax is store-bought. Witches prefer homemade with specific herbs and spices added into the mix. He held the candle beneath his nose.
It's pumpkin spice, I told him.
He pulled the candle away and nodded. Yeah, newly purchased judging by the store scent. I stood and nodded at the candle.
That was one of the reasons Bertha went to the drugstore today.
To buy that candle. Ambigo stooped and brushed his hand over the leaves and tall grass. He frowned.
How strange.
I raised an eyebrow. I'll bite, what's strange? He pulled aside some of the grass and revealed a small pile of rotten wax. There must have been dozens of stubs.
She's been doing this for a long time.
I tilted my head back and swept my eyes over the grand tree. The trunk was 4 feet round, and the top of its crown stretched 100 feet into the night sky. Its fluttery branches waved in the breeze, and a few thick stiff branches groaned. I stepped around the trunk, and looked over the silvery bark. On the opposite side my foot caught on a thick root, hidden beneath the layers of grass and dead leaves. I tripped and reached for the trunk to catch myself. My hand grabbed a large piece of bark. The bark gave way beneath my weight, and I fell hard onto my side. Damn it, I swore beneath my breath as I sat up. Troy and Ambigo hurried around the trunk. Ambigo shone his flashlight on me. He froze and his eyes widened. I raised my hand and blinked against the harsh light. Will you get that thing out of my face?
It's on more than your face, he commented.
I glanced to my left at the trunk. The bark I tore away had revealed a small opening that showed part of the trunk was hollow. From that hole hung a couple of thin short white branches connected to a round one. I leaned close to the opening. My breath caught in my throat. Those weren't branches. They were the bones of a human hand. I yelped and scrambled back. Ambigo and Troy took my place, one on either side of the hole. The detective peeked into the hole with his flashlight. His face was grim. I swallowed my heart that had become lodged in my throat.
Are all the parts there?
He continued to look into the hole, as he nodded his head.
Yeah.
He glanced at Troy. The old man's face was grim. The station is going to have to be alerted, and this tree cut open. Troy nodded.
Yes, of course.
He turned to me and held out his hand. Did you need some help? My legs shook so hard I thought my feet would fall off. All I can get, I quipped. I took his hand, and he pulled me to my feet. I leaned on Troy and looked down the hole into the tree. A thin, rotten slab of plyboard, colored gray with faded and peeled paint, peeked over the bottom edge of the hole. Behind the board lay the rest of the skeleton. The defleshed body was clothed in a brown suit, with a soiled white shirt beneath the coat. It was its left hand that hung out, and I glimpsed a tarnished bit of metal on one finger. Its legs were tucked against their chest, and their head leaned to one side. The jaw hung open as though in a silent scream. I couldn't see any obvious trauma on the bones. Ambigo stepped back and glanced at us. Can you two stay here while I go to the station? Troy nodded.
It would be our honor.
Ambigo pursed his lips and looked back at the hole. Don't say that until we figure out who it is, and don't touch anything until I get back. It shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. He hurried across the cemetery to the car. The headlights of the car receded, and then vanished into the darkness. I glanced back at my bony, silent companion. My mind wandered to the memory of Mrs. Priestwife kneeling before the tree, and worshipping the skeletal thing trapped inside the bark. I have known Bertha for quite a number of years, Troy spoke up. I looked to him and raised an eyebrow.
Is she the type to be leaving candles at unorthodox graves?
He smiled and shook his head. On the contrary, she is a very sensible woman. I snorted. She was insensible enough to come out here in the middle of the night and light a candle for a skeleton. I walked around the tree and stopped in front of the candle and the pile of black wax. I knelt beside the ancient balls of wax and pushed them aside as my mouth silently mouthed the count. Troy came up behind me. Ambigo won't be pleased to know you touched evidence.
We'll just tell him a hungry candlestick came by and rummaged for food in this dumpster pile, I quipped.
He chuckled.
That would be a very original tale.
I ran out of candles and furrowed my brow. 65 years? Troy asked me. I shook my head. No, Ken, his comment and the number clicked to memory. My eyes widened. The words came out in a stifled whisper. William Mallory. Troy leaned down. Pardon? I shook myself. It's nothing. Just had a strange sneeze. Troy chuckled. Then God bless you. I stood and brushed my knees off. My eyes wandered over the craggy old willow with its dark secret. If only he would. 13. Ambigo arrived with a couple of police cars behind him. Troy and I were set to the side, as the officers went to work cording off the area and widening the hole in the trunk. Ambigo stooped beside the pile of candles. He pulled out a pen and tapped them apart. His eyes flickered to me. He stood and pocketed his pen before he strode over to us. Did you touch that pile? I shrugged.
I was just trying to tidy up before you guys got here.
Sorry about the leaves. He pursed his lips. I could have you thrown in jail, both for tampering with evidence and for being an uncooperative material witness. A good reporter's got a report, I countered.
You'd find that much harder to do in jail, he argued.
I stepped back.
You'll have to catch me first.
Troy set a hand on my shoulder and smiled at the detective.
I have a compromise.
She will remain in my care until such time as she is no longer needed for your investigation. Ambigo arched an eyebrow.
Are you sure you want to do that? She's a lot of trouble.
Don't forget persistent and stunning, I quipped. Troy chuckled. I believe I can handle her. Besides, we must see how Orion is faring. The detective glanced from me and back to Troy.
Why isn't he here?
I grabbed Troy's arm and pulled him toward the car.
He's having a spiritual awakening.
We'll be sure to tell him you said hi. I'll be around the motel as soon as the investigation is over here, Ambigo warned me. I waved to him over my shoulder.
We'll be sure to lock the doors.
I pushed Troy to the car, and we slipped into our seats. Troy glanced over to me and smiled. You have a flair for comedy in your half-truths. I started the car and shrugged. It's a gift, but that's not important right now. What is important is what's going on here. I reached behind my seat and snatched the folder from the rear seat.
We found this at the library tonight.
Troy took the folder as I drove us out of the cemetery. He studied the name and nodded. I remember William well. My foot punched down hard on the gas and the car jumped forward. I lifted my foot and whipped my head to him. You knew William Mallory. Troy set the folder in his lap and closed his eyes. A sigh escaped his lips.
Yes.
He was an assistant to the librarian. I believe the librarian hoped to one day pass on the position to the young lad. I pursed my lips.
So what happened?
Troy shook his head. He disappeared one Halloween night. The last person to see him was a close friend. He declared his intention of walking to Madame Bentley's home to attend a seance, but he never appeared. A search was called the next day, but he was never found.
What would they have done to him if he had returned?
I asked him. Troy smiled. Given him a firm reprimand. I glanced at my passenger and arched an eyebrow.
That's it.
He opened the folder on his lap and picked up the police report. Times were very different then. There was more freedom of movement. If someone wished to leave, they were encouraged not to, but were not physically restrained. Like I was, I commented. His face fell and he nodded.
Very much so.
I glanced at the report. So was there ever an investigation? Troy set the report back on top and shut the folder. He brushed his hand over the cover and shook his head. No. No foul play was ever hinted at. He simply disappeared. I slowed the car and frowned at him. Who said anything about foul play? Troy smiled and his eyes twinkled as he glanced at me. Did I say that? I narrowed my eyes.
You know something, don't you?
He patted the folder. Nothing more than is known within these documents.
Aha! I commented as we arrived back in town.
I turned into the parking lot. The office door opened, and Orion's tall figure stood in the light. He leaned against the doorframe and smiled at me as I stepped out.
I need to lose weight, huh? He asked me.
I walked up to him and shrugged. You are pretty heavy. Troy came up behind me and smiled at Orion. I'm glad to see you're feeling better.
And all thanks to me.
Bentley's shrieking voice spoke up. She appeared behind Orion and bowed her head to Troy. I can say for certain the ghost won't attack him again tonight. I arched an eyebrow. How can you be so sure? She frowned at me. Because the sun's coming up, of course. I glanced over my shoulder at the eastern horizon. A faint glow peeked over the tops of the hills. Then perhaps Miss Lyal should return Orion to their home, Troy suggested. Orion shook his head. I'm fine. The nap really helped. He took a step forward and stumbled over his own toes. I caught him before he hit the hard ground of the parking lot. Back to your old self, I quipped. He grinned. Maybe I'm just trying to get closer to you. I rolled my eyes.
Or maybe you're just a terrible liar.
Would both of you please leave? Bentley growled. Orion saluted her.
Yes, Mom, and thanks for all the help. That's Madam to you, she snapped.
He smiled and nodded. I helped him over to the car and opened the passenger side door. The folder lay in the way, but a quick snatch and a soft drop, and he was in the car. I dropped the folder into his lap, and grasped the door in my right hand.
"Hold this, junior reporter."
He grinned.
"So, I've been promoted again?"
I grinned.
"You didn't kick the bucket, remember?"
He winced and rubbed the back of his neck.
"It kind of feels like I did."
"Then look lively, soldier of news, because we're not done yet," I quipped.
"I thought that was soldier of fortune," he returned.
I snorted. "Obviously, you've never tried making a living as a reporter." I slammed the car door shut, and slipped around the front to my own entrance. Troy cupped a hand around his mouth. "Keep good care of that folder. The librarian is rather strict about the condition of lent items." I dropped into my seat and frowned.
"What's he mean by that?"
I asked Orion, as I started the car. Orion leaned back and closed his eyes. "It means if we don't return the folder and the contents in the same condition we found them, we're stuck with library duty." I backed out of the spot and shrugged.
"That doesn't sound that bad."
"You ever tried to wrangle a group of school kids in a library?" I shook my head as I drove down the road. "No." He chuckled. "Believe me, it's a nightmare." I glanced at him. He still had his eyes shut. "What did you do? Return a book late?" He grinned. "I've never been on the receiving end of the nightmare." I snorted. "You were a little angel in school, weren't you? With some added accessories like a tail and horns." "No accordion?" "My mother wouldn't allow one in the house. I think she had a fear of musical instruments."
"Only if they were played by you, I bet," I quipped.
He chuckled. "Probably." I brought him up to speed on the grisly details before we reached home a few minutes later. Orion took the folder, and I helped them both inside. I paused at the bottom of the stairs. Orion's arm was still draped over my shoulders. I looked up the long flight.
"You know, I think the couch looks darn comfy, don't you?"
I asked him. He grinned.
"Very comfortable, but you've got a promise to keep."
I frowned at him. "Promise?" He nodded. "We're back from the cemetery, and it's Halloween. That makes it time for costumes." I rolled my eyes and sighed. "All right. Just let me get you onto the couch, so you have a ringside seat for the show." I dropped Orion onto one of the couch cushions, and he tossed the folder onto the coffee table, and stretched himself out on the couch. He waved his hand above himself.
"On with the show."
I wasn't sure whether to be flattered or disgusted, so I opted for fulfilling my promise. I walked upstairs and slipped into my compiled costume. The parts fit perfectly, and I did a quick check in the full-length mirror in the bedroom. I wore an ankle-length light greenish skirt that hugged my hips. A tank top covered my upper half, and a similar colored bandana sat at an angle across the top of my head. Over both my eyes were the two eye patches, but with holes through them, so I wouldn't be making the close acquaintance of the furniture. I nodded at my reflection, who nodded back, and strode downstairs. Orion turned at my coming. His eyes widened, and a whistle escaped his lips.
"Check out that booty."
"I'm not a pirate," I insisted as I walked around to the front of the couch. He grinned and shrugged. "You could be whatever you want, just as long as you stay in that costume." I crossed my arms and glared at him.
"Aren't you even going to ask me what I am?"
"A female pirate."
I said no to that already. "A parrot-like pirate."
I rolled my eyes. "No." "A dollar bill?" I dropped my arms to my sides and frowned at him. "I'm Lady Justice." He blinked at me.
"I don't see the resemblance."
I gestured down at my costume. "I'm wearing her colors, I'm blind, and if you're not careful I'll rob you blind. Get it now?" He tilted his head to one side and opened his mouth. We were both saved from an awkward conversation by the ring of the doorbell. Orion draped his arm over his eyes and sighed. Whoever it is, tell them to go away. What if they're Girl Scouts? I asked him. Tell them I'll trade you for 2 boxes. If they won't take that, then there's 100 in the cookie jar. I want a half-dozen boxes of mint cookies. I snorted as I walked over to the door.
I don't think that's enough money.
I peeked through the peephole. My face fell. No cookies today, but we are getting a nice steaming pile of trouble. I plastered a smile on my face and opened the door. Good morning, Detective Ambigo. The detective looked me over. Lady Liberty. I pursed my lips and shook my head. Try again. He frowned. I would, but I've got more important things to talk about with you. I instructed you to wait at the motel. Our furniture was getting lonely, so we came home. I stepped aside. Won't you come in and say hello to the living room furniture? Orion sat up as we walked into the living room. He nodded at Ambigo. What's up? Ambigo stopped at the foot of the couch.
I don't know if Miss Lyal here has told you what happened.
Bits and pieces, he admitted. Ambigo pursed his lips. She says the woman who was at the cemetery was Bertha Ord. Can you confirm that? Orion wrinkled his nose. I'm sorry I can't help you, Ambigo, but I really don't remember who was kneeling there.
That's what we need to ask her, and seeing as how Miss Lyal is the only witness.
Reliable witness, I corrected him. He barely broke stride. Seeing as how she's the only witness to Bertha being there, she needs to come with me to Bertha's house to confirm her identification. Orion stood and grimaced. Mind if I go with you? I do, I spoke up. I rounded the side of the couch and pushed him back onto the cushion. You had your soul nearly shoved out of you. I think that's a desperate cry for rest. Ambigo arched his eyebrow and studied Orion. Bentley told me at the motel that he wouldn't have any more problems until sunset. I'd like to test that theory. Orion grinned at me. See? He needs a guinea pig. We can't let the police down. I glared at him.
I think it's about time the police were disappointed.
Ambigo coughed into his fist. I hate to interrupt your interesting conversation, but both of you are coming with me. Orion shrugged. You heard the officer. I pursed my lips, but stepped back so Orion could stand. He stood on his shaky legs and swayed side to side. I caught him and threw his arm over my shoulder. He winked at me. See? I'm fine. I rolled my eyes. Yeah. As lively as a graveyard. 14. We got into Ambigo's car, and he drove us to the northwest corner of the town. A white steeple church stood off the road, separated from the street by a white gravel parking lot. One side of the church was a large green grass field with plastic playground toys. The rear and other side were covered in small grey tombstones. That was the new graveyard. Set in the back at the edge of the playground grass was a small cottage. Beds of flowers surrounded the white cottage. A gravel path ran along the right side of the church, and changed into a row of stones that reached to the front door. That was the priest's home. Ambigo parked the car in the gravel parking lot. We stepped out, and followed Ambigo down the path to the door. He knocked and waited. A pair of feet shuffled to the door, and opened the entrance. An elderly man in a black bathrobe stood on the other side. He looked over all our faces. Yes. Can I help you? Ambigo cleared his throat and held out his badge. I'm sorry to disturb you so early, Mr. Ord, but I'm currently assisting the police on an investigation. Ord smiled. Indeed? Congratulations on joining our fine police force. Orion wrapped his arm around me, and hugged me close to his chest to stifle my snort. Ord continued without a hitch.
What can I do to help the officers?
Ambigo looked past him and into the cottage. We need to speak to your wife. Ord furrowed his brow. Bertha?
But she's not even up yet.
It's very important, Ambigo insisted. Aud frowned but stepped aside.
All right.
Please come in and wait a moment while I get her. We stepped into the comfortable little home. There was a small living room, with a rock-stone chimney on the right-hand wall. To our left lay a nook dining room with a kitchen. In front of us was a hall that led to 3 doors at the rear of the house. We settled ourselves in the living room furniture, while Aud disappeared down the hall. I heard the faint murmurs of voices. Soon 2 sets of footsteps shuffled down the hallway. Aud appeared in the doorway, with an elderly woman at his side. She was dressed in a flowered dress, similar to the one she wore yesterday. My eyes widened. I stood and nodded at the woman.
That's her.
The woman stared at me for a moment, before she glanced at her husband.
Connor, what's going on?
Aud looked at Ambigo. Mr. Ambigo, we'd like some answers. Ambigo stood and gestured to me. This young woman says she saw Bertha at the graveyard last night. Aud chuckled and clasped his wife's hands in his. We manage the dead as well as the living, Mr. Ambigo. My wife was probably just attending to some flowers left by a grieving relative. Ambigo shook his head. It was in the old graveyard, where Miss Lyal witnessed your wife burning an incense candle, in front of one of the old willows. Aud's bushy eyebrows crashed down. Mr. Ambigo, my wife does nothing of the.
Connor, Mrs. Aud whispered.
He glanced down at her smiling face. I was there last night. His jaw dropped to the floor.
What? But why?
She sighed and turned her attention to us. Every year for a very long time, I've placed a lit candle beneath that tree. A pumpkin spice candle, I added. She nodded.
Yes.
It's to remember an old friend. She looked at the floor and shook his head.
It's what little I can do for him. How long ago did this friend disappear?
Ambigo questioned her. Bertha shook herself from her thoughts and raised her head. Many decades ago. She furrowed her brow.
But why do you ask?
Ambigo pursed his lips. There was a search done around the old willow tree where you placed the candle. A hole was found in the trunk, and inside the trunk was a skeleton. Her hand flew to her mouth.
Oh my God.
Mr. Aud's voice was a little higher pitched than usual. Human. Ambigo nodded.
Most definitely.
He looked to Bertha. I'm afraid I'm going to have to take you down to the station for some questioning. She hung her head and nodded. I'll go. Her husband's face fell. Bertha. Bertha lifted her head and smiled at him. She gave his hands a tight squeeze.
Don't be worried.
I'll explain everything when I come back. I'll go with you, he insisted. She shook her head. No. Let me face this without dragging you, and the beautiful name you gave me through the mud.
But, she pressed her finger to his lips.
Her eyes looked into his. Please don't come with me to the station. Let me protect you for a little while. Aud pursed his lips but nodded. He turned his attention to Ambigo.
Will this take long?
Ambigo shrugged.
That depends on how much your wife has to tell.
She shook her head.
Not long.
Ambigo stepped up to her and gestured to the door.
Then let's get this done so we can get you back home, Bertha.
Ambigo led our group out the door. Bertha looked behind us and waved. I glanced over my shoulder. The old minister remained in the doorway of the tiny cottage. He clutched the doorframe and raised his other gnarled hand to return the wave. We got into Ambigo's car with Bertha in the front passenger seat. It was a quick drive to the station. The town still slumbered in the early morning light. Ambigo helped Bertha up the stairs and through the doors. He made eye contact with the front desk clerk and jerked his head at us. We need statements from these two. Could you get those while I speak with Mrs. Aud? The officer stood and nodded. I'd be glad. I'd like them to hear what I have to say, Bertha spoke up. Ambigo arched an eyebrow but nodded. The officer backed away, and we were led into the bowels of the police department to Ambigo's office. Bertha got the chair. Orion and I were offered the wall. We stood by the door as Ambigo took his seat. Bertha cleared her throat and began her tale. My story begins some 68 years ago. I was born in this town, as most of you know, and grew up in a rather sheltered life. My family owned one of the farms, the one closest to town that adjoined the old graveyard. My father was part-time caretaker of the tombs and grounds. She smiled. It was there that I first met William Mallory. Orion and I stood at attention. Ambigo glanced at us but said nothing. He was a handsome young man from the outside world. An orphan who was led here by the tree, after he was scratched by a werewolf. She leaned back and sighed.
We had such fun together.
I showed him our strange world, and he told me about the world outside of Apple Hollow. Television, huge farm machinery that could till thousands of acres. She chuckled. He even introduced me to the latest music, with a few records he'd brought. Mr. Leto, that would be Mike's father, owned the drugstore like Mike does now, and he had a record player he'd purchased through a traveling salesman. The three of us would listen for hours to those records. William was the one to disappear 65 years ago, wasn't he? Ambigo asked her. Her face fell, and she nodded. Yes. It was Halloween night. I was to help with the school Halloween party. William, that is, wanted me to go with him to another party. I told him I couldn't. She grasped her bag tightly in her shaking hands. We had an argument and didn't part on the best of terms, and then she took a deep breath, he disappeared. He was never found, and nobody heard from him again. Ambigo arched an eyebrow. Was your disagreement put into a police report? Bertha smiled and shook her head. The police held the case as a runaway, and left it at that.
Where was he staying at the time he disappeared?
Bertha furrowed her brow. I'm not really sure. He did odd jobs to earn a living, and many times he helped the librarian with organizing the books at the library. He was very smart, but prone to losing interest in the day-to-day chores of farming. She chuckled.
I suppose that's why he convinced father to buy the farm machinery.
She stopped and shook her head.
But that's not important.
She raised her eyes to Ambigo. I believe you said there was a skeleton found in the graveyard, near where I put Bill's memorial. Ambigo nodded. Yes. Inside the large willow tree where you placed your candles. Can you explain how you chose that specific tree? She closed her eyes and shook her head. I can't. I just felt I needed to make a memorial to him and chose that one. Do you think the body is that of William? Ambigo asked her. A few loose tears slipped from her shut eyes. Her body trembled. I don't know. She opened her eyes and looked up at the detective. I really don't know. Ambigo pursed his lips. All right. Is there anything you want to add to your statement? She shook her head. No. That's all. He walked around the desk and pulled her chair out. Then I'll drive you home. Mr. Ord's probably tired of praying for your safe return. She smiled and stood. No, Scott. Connor knows I always keep my word. She turned toward the door, but her eyes flickered to me as she passed by. Always. Then let's not keep him waiting, Ambigo insisted. He paused in the doorway and turned to us. Well, what are you two waiting for? Give your statements and walk home. I glared at him. Is that any way to treat the press? He grinned. Show me some credentials and I'll think about it. And don't leave town. He led Bertha down the hall. I glanced at Orion, and jerked my head at the two disappearing figures. So, what do you think of her story? Orion shrugged, and led me out of the office. I'm not really sure. We wrote our statements at the front desk and left. There was a long silence between us, until we made it outside the station. We turned to the left toward home. I leaned close to him. Did you feel any spirit vibes when she was telling us what happened? He furrowed his brow.
I felt something, but it was more like a feeling.
The kind I get when I have to watch one of those dumb romantic movies where everything is taken the wrong way and the dog ends up the hero. I snorted. I think you just mixed up Lassie with a modern comedy. He grinned.
I hope Lassie always got the girl.
Lassie was the girl, I told him. He glanced down at me and raised an eyebrow. Really? Really? Now could you translate this feeling into intelligent thought? I persisted. He shrugged. I guess if I had to describe it, without a dog, I'd say it's like listening to an uncomfortable conversation. Like having your dad explain the birds and the bees to you, or those dreams where you know something's behind you and you don't want to look.
Or like somebody walked across your grave.
I guessed. He stopped walking and frowned. I turned to face him and couldn't help but notice his pale skin.
Actually, I think that's it.
It was sort of like listening to my own funeral. But this wasn't your funeral, and it wasn't your emotion, I reminded him. His shoulders fell along with his face.
Don't remind me.
I slapped his shoulder and smiled. Come on, junior reporter, where's your gumph gone? He grinned.
It might come back if you make me your partner.
I shrugged. Maybe after this is all over. If we don't end up like Mallory. He looked down at me and frowned.
So that's what you're getting at.
I smiled. Do you have a better explanation of how a guy managed to get himself into a tree, close up the entrance so well, and somehow die? It could be suicide, he suggested. I snorted and shook my head. No way. He had a ring on his finger. His ring finger. Orion raised an eyebrow.
He was married?
All going to be, I added. Orion pursed his lips and stared straight ahead.
This is serious.
I glanced at my watch. I'll say. I'm covered in filth and it's way past my bedtime. A cold wind blew past us as the town came alive.
Let's get going before I catch my death of cold.
15. We soon arrived at his house and slipped inside. Orion turned to me with a grin and wagged his eyebrows.
So what do you say we have some fun?
I snorted.
I'm not kinky enough to want to do two guys who are in the same body again.
His shoulders drooped.
But I'm not sleepy.
I pressed my palms against his back and pushed him toward the living room. Then you get to sit on the couch and pretend to rest while I get us some cocoa. Don't move or you're demoted again. Isn't there some union rule against demoting without just cause? He argued as we reached the couch. I shoved him onto one of the cushions and glared down at him. Attempt to unionize against me, and I'll split our union. And stay put. I marched off. He turned around on the couch and leaned over the back.
It was only a joke.
I reached the counter and leaned backward. You'd better be sitting straight on that couch, young man. A sly grin slipped onto his lips.
But I'm bored, Mom.
Can't we have some fun?
Not until you study, and that means that folder in front of you, I told him.
I tossed the folder into his lap and strode into the kitchen.
And I want to hear papers rustling in there.
There was a flurry of flapping paper noise from the couch. I grinned and went about preparing the cocoa until Orion's voice called to me. Trix. I paused and frowned. Did you just call me a breakfast cereal? Yeah, but your bunny butt didn't happen to find anything while I was knocked out, did you? I raised an eyebrow. You mean besides a pile of candles and a skeleton? Like this letter. I set the cocoa material down and walked over to the couch.
What letter?
Orion sat up with the folder open in his lap. He held a yellowed slip of paper. I plopped myself on the cushion beside him, and he handed me the note. This letter. I broached the contents. October 24th. Dear Bill. I wish to speak to you about that matter. Meet me at our favorite spot under the willow tree tomorrow night. Your love, Bertha. I glanced at Orion and raised the note. And you just found this lying in there? He nodded. Near the top. And you're sure it wasn't in there before? Are you doubting your junior reporter? I returned my attention to the note and pursed my lips. I'm doubting a lot of things right now, like if dear old Bertha told us everything she knew. Orion stood and smiled down at me. So do we return to the scene of the crime, or pay a house call? I lifted the note to my face and furrowed my brow. Definitely a house call, but doesn't this handwriting look familiar? I handed the note back to him. He studied the contents and frowned.
You know, I think you're right.
One sec. He stood, but I grabbed one of his belt loops on his jeans and yanked him back onto the couch. You sit, I'll search, I insisted.
I was going to get the letter the tickets came in.
It's on the kitchen counter, he told me.
Then I'll be right back.
I jumped up and snatched the envelope, then made a hurried retreat back to the couch. Orion took the envelope, and held the letter and envelope side by side between us. We turned our heads left and right.
What do you think?
I asked him. A perfect match, he replied. He pointed at a scrawling Y. It's a little shaky on the longer letters on the envelope, but I'd stake my fangs that it's the same. I leapt to my feet and grinned.
Are you ready for that house call, Doctor?
He smiled and stood. Ready whenever you are, Doctor. Orion gathered the folder and its contents along with the envelope. I grabbed my coat and followed him out the front door.
At least we know we won't be waking them up.
A short drive found us at the gravel parking lot of the stately old church. The weak October sun glistened over the thick morning dew. We parked the car and walked down the neat path to the front door. The soft murmur of voices floated through the entrance. I was in the lead, and held up my hand for Orion to stop. He obeyed, and I tiptoed up to the door.
Trix, don't! I whipped my head toward him and glared.
He held up his hands, one of which held the folder. I leaned my right ear against the door and strained my werewolf hearing. The voices on the other side died away. I heard the soft shuffle of fuzzy slippers on hard floor, and jumped back a moment before the door swung open. Mr. Ord stood in the doorway. A frown covered his austere lips. His eyes broached us. Yes. May I help you? I smiled and nodded.
Yes, we'd like to speak with Mrs. Ord.
He pursed his lips. She's not available for any more police interviews right now. I glanced past him and into the cottage. A shadow in the living room shifted.
That's all right, we're not cops.
He closed the door halfway and blocked my view. Then you will understand, if I tell you we would like to be left in peace.
But we'd just like to. Not at this time, he insisted.
He made to shut the door the rest of the way. I placed my palm against the door and stopped it. What are you doing? Let go at once.
Was that willow tree your favorite spot?
I called out. Ord pushed against me. I said, leave us.
Wait, Connor.
Bertha appeared from the living room. Her eyes were red from crying.
How do you know that? We found something you wrote to Bill, I told her.
My eyes flickered to Ord.
Something we'd like to talk to you about alone.
She walked up to her husband and set her hand on his shoulder.
I'll speak to them.
Ord pursed his lips, but swung open the door and moved to the side. We stepped inside and Bertha gestured to the living room. If you would please come in and have a seat. Connor frowned at us and strode outside. He slammed the door hard behind himself. Bertha winced and turned to us. Now you can understand why I wished to shield my husband from this horrible mess. He is a very private man, and while he accepts visitations, he doesn't like personal scandal. Hopefully with your help we can solve this thing fast, I told her. She smiled and bowed her head.
I hope that as well.
If you would follow me. We followed our hostess into the parlor, and took a seat on the couch. She sat opposite us on the edge of one of the chairs.
Now what was it you found?
Orion opened the folder and handed her the note.
This.
Bertha's eyes widened as she read the letter. She looked up at us and blinked.
How did you find this?
Orion held up the folder. It was in his citizen folder we got from the librarian. Bertha furrowed her brow.
It couldn't have been.
I checked that folder myself, before the file was moved from active to inactive. No one else has touched it since then. The librarian would have told me. I arched an eyebrow. Did he tell you we'd touched it? She nodded.
He did. Is that why you were at the graveyard?
I questioned her. Bertha closed her eyes and shook her head. No. I always make sure my memorial for Bill is a few days before Halloween. The kids like to be there that night, you know. And you didn't want anyone to see you, Orion finished for her. She nodded. Yes. I didn't want to answer any awkward questions.
Is that the tree where you two were supposed to meet?
I asked her. She looked down at the note and sighed.
It was.
I wanted to tell him that my father had given permission for us to marry. Orion and I glanced at each other.
The ring, he guessed.
I nodded. The ring. Bertha sat up straight and clasped her hands together. Ring? What ring? Please tell me. I returned my attention to her and pursed my lips. I think I saw a silver ring on the ring finger of the skeleton. Tears welled up in Bertha's eyes. She turned her face away and closed her eyes. The droplets of water streamed down her face, but her voice was firm. I've known it for so long, and yet here I am crying. She gave off a bitter chuckle and shook her head. Have I really been keeping hope that all this time it wasn't Bill visiting me in my dreams, pleading with me to help him? I arched my eyebrow. Come again. Bertha swallowed and looked to us. I am what's called clairvoyant. It's a gift from my mother's side, but my abilities are very weak. She took a deep breath and sighed. But once a year for the last 65 years, Bill has visited my dreams on the day he disappeared.
What happens in the dream?
Orion asked her. She shook her head. Nothing. He appears and tries to speak to me, but I don't hear anything. Then I wake up. I held up the envelope. If Bill is visiting you, then why'd you send us the tickets? Bertha tilted her head to one side and smiled at me. I've been watching and listening to your exploits since you arrived. It reminded me so much of when Bill first came. He had a difficult time adjusting as well, and was thoroughly amazed by the people who inhabited the area. I thought perhaps you of all people would be able to connect with him, and learn what his spirit wants. My eyes flickered to Orion.
The connection became a little too personal.
He's inside Orion. Bertha's eyes widened, and she whipped her head to my mate. Is he really inside you? Orion nodded.
Yeah, but he's not happy about it.
He nearly removed my own soul trying to get out himself. Bertha started back. Remove your soul, you mean kill you?
That's the gist we were getting from Madam Bentley, I agreed.
Bertha furrowed her brow and shook her head.
But Bill would never have killed anyone.
I frowned and glanced at Bertha.
You said you gave us the tickets so I could speak with him?
Bertha nodded. Yes. From what I heard, you reminded me of him very much, and when I saw you in the drugstore yesterday, I just knew you could reach him. Orion studied my face.
What are you thinking?
I leaned back and cupped my chin in my hand. I'm thinking that Bill isn't too thrilled to be in your body. From what Bertha's telling us, he'd be more comfortable in mine. Orion grinned. A guy after my own heart. I glared at him, and so did Bertha. He shrank in his seat and sheepishly grinned.
Sorry. Now the question is, how do we transfer him?
I mused. Can't Madam Bentley move his spirit? Bertha suggested. I shook my head. No, she's still too weak, at least until tonight, and Bill might not wait much longer after sunset to try another jailbreak. Orion winced and rubbed his throat. That is going to give me one hell of a sore throat. Bertha raised her hand.
Perhaps I can help.
16. I arched an eyebrow. Help how? She smiled. I may not have as much talent as Madame Bentley to call forth spirits, but I do have a personal connection with the one inside Orion. Personal connections make the spirits travel easier.
Just like a good drink, Orion quipped.
I glared at him.
This is serious.
Bill could try to get out of Bertha too, and with Bentley out of commission we'll be in trouble. Bertha shook her head. Oh, I won't be transferring Bill's spirit into myself, at least not permanently. He will flow through me to another. I frowned.
Then who? She looked me over.
My mouth dropped open and I pointed at myself. Me? I squeaked. She nodded. I leaned back and shook my head. Hell number. I'm allergic to trouble. Orion grinned. If you were that allergic, you would have died by now. I glared at him out of the corners of my eyes.
Yeah, right after I met you.
Anyway, I returned my attention to Bertha. Why don't you take him? He knows you. She pursed her lips.
That's true, but I think our emotions might be too much for both of us.
Besides, as you said, I will be here in case something should go wrong. I pursed my lips. What assurances do I have that Bill will like me any more than Orion? Bertha shook her head.
None, save what I've told you.
I glanced at Orion. He had dark shadows under his eyes, and his skin was pale. My shoulders slumped and a sigh escaped my lips.
All right.
I faced Bertha.
How soon can we do this?
She smiled. Right now, if you want to. I snorted.
Never would be a good time, but let's get this over with.
Bertha nodded and stood.
Let me get a few things from my room.
She left the room. I started back and whipped my head to the left when Orion slipped his hand over mine. His dark eyes studied my face.
You're sure you want to do this? He whispered.
I shrugged. Do we have a choice?
There's always a choice.
I snorted and plucked his hand off of mine.
Not when it's cake or death, and we're all out of cake.
We could risk it until evening, he suggested. I crossed my arms and glared at him. Are you questioning my authority as head reporter in this investigation? I'm questioning your sanity, he argued. I waved my hand. You obviously haven't met my mother. Insanity runs in our family. He smiled.
I haven't met your mom, but I'd like to.
After the possessions are over, I scolded him as Bertha returned. In her hands were two matching small glass orbs. She shuffled past Orion and scooted her way between us on the couch. I nodded at her items.
What are those for?
Clear glass aids in the transfer, she explained as she held the balls in either hand. One hovered in front of Orion, and the other was in front of me. Put your palms on the top of the glass and close your eyes. We did as she asked. Her soothing voice broke through the darkness. Take slow deep breaths and relax. This will only take a moment. If it works, that is. I frowned. And if it doesn't? Then we may all die. My eyes flew open just as the orbs exploded with a near-blinding white light. The balls illuminated the room, and at the same time reflected it. Orion whipped his head back. His face scrunched up in pain, and his mouth opened in a soundless scream. I saw the familiar blue and yellow lights glow inside his mouth. One stretched toward his lips, and the yellow light was pushed before it. Bertha shut her eyes and frowned. Not that way, Bill. Her hands glowed with the same pulsing light as the orbs. The blue light hesitated for a moment, before it slipped back down his throat, followed eagerly by the yellow light. I watched the blue glow flow through Orion's shoulder, and down to his hand that was placed atop the ball. The light slipped through his fingers into the orb, where it hesitated. "Go on," Bertha whispered. The blue light flowed up into her arm and across her chest. I instinctively tried to pull away my hand as it approached my orb, but my fingers were stuck. Bertha peeked open her right eye and frowned. "Remain calm. This won't hurt at all." The blue light sank into my orb and touched my fingers. It had an icy cold touch that made me shiver as it slipped inside of me. I gasped and closed my eyes as the cold sank into my body. A fleeting feeling of melancholy and anger filled me with a strange mix of despondent rage. Then it was gone, and it was over. Bertha removed her hands from the orbs. The glow disappeared, and I felt the orb's hold on me vanish. I opened my eyes and drew my hand against my chest. Orion hurried over to me, and grasped my other hand. He studied my face. "Are you okay?" I swallowed and nodded. "Why yeah, just a little cold." He pursed his lips.
"It's worse during the night."
I cringed. "Oh goody." Bertha turned in her seat so she faced us. "Can you make a connection with Bill?" she asked me. I shrugged.
"I don't even know how."
"Close your eyes and focus on the coldest spot in your body. Try to touch it with your mind," she instructed me. I snorted and closed my eyes.
"All right, but being a reporter, my cold heart might get in the way."
Orion squeezed my hand. "I'll be here to keep it warm." I smiled. "Flatterer." "Focus," Bertha insisted. I sighed.
"All right, one sec."
I squeezed my eyes as I focused on the coldest spot inside of me. By some coincidence, it did lay over my heart like a wet blanket in a pile of dry clothes. I focused my attention on that blanket. The cold twitched, and I heard a faint echo of a voice, but that was it. I relaxed my body, and shook my head as I opened my eyes.
"No can do."
"He's not talking." Bertha nodded. "I understand. It's a great strain for a spirit to speak during the day, and I'm sure the transfer took a great deal of energy on his part as well." Orion grasped my shoulders. "How about we go home? We could use a nap too." "A long one," I agreed as he helped me stand. Bertha led us to the door, and opened the entrance. "Whatever happens, please keep me informed." I nodded. "We will." Orion furrowed his brow and glanced at our hostess.
"There's one thing I wanted to ask you.
How'd you get tickets to Madame Bentley's seance?" Bertha's face fell and she sighed.
The night Bill disappeared, he wanted me to go with him to the seance."
I felt intimidated by Madame Bentley's powers, and refused to go with him. She pursed her lips and turned her face away from us. He threw the tickets on the ground and left. A bitter smile slipped onto her lips. I picked them up and kept them, hoping he'd come back to take me. "But her seance isn't on Halloween," I pointed out. She cleared her throat and nodded.
"That's true, but when she first started all those years ago, the seance was on Halloween."
"Not many people attended because of the competing parties, so that's why it's now held before Halloween." Orion smiled and bowed his head to her. "Thanks." We turned away and walked down the path. The weak sun did little to warm my cold heart. We reached the side of the church, and I glanced over my shoulder at the cottage. Bertha stood in the doorway. Her head was bent and her body shook. It didn't take a reporter's instinct to know she was crying. 17. We got back into Orion's car and drove home. After a full 24 hours awake, I shuffled up the stairs with Orion's help and collapsed face first on the bed. Orion stood over me beside the bed.
"You're sure you're okay?" he asked me.
HMGHMHM. He blinked at me.
"What?"
I turned my face so my right cheek rested on the covers, and glared up at him.
"I said I'm fine, and that you really need to stop asking that."
He furrowed his brow and cupped his chin in one hand.
"I don't think that's what you said."
I rolled my eyes and turned my face away from him. What I'm going to do is kill you if you don't let me rest like the dead. I felt the bed shift as he sat down. His voice was soft and low.
That's what I'm worried about.
I returned my face to his direction and arched an eyebrow.
What?
He set his arms on his legs and leaned forward facing the door. His expression was troubled. Like you said before, that ghost could refuse you and try to get out. I sighed. But we have Bertha to help us, and there's always Bentley. He looked ahead and pursed his lips.
I don't think she'd be willing to do that.
I rolled onto my stomach and raised myself onto my arms. A sly grin slid onto my lips.
I think for Troy she'd take the ghost herself.
What's with her admiration for him anyway? He sighed.
You're probably not going to believe this.
I'm a reporter. I doubt everything, I pointed out.
But Troy's probably the most powerful creature in the Hollow.
I arched an eyebrow.
What kind of creature is he?
Orion shrugged.
I don't know.
That's why I said he's probably the most powerful creature. I've never seen him and Mab go one-on-one in a duel of strength. Physical or metaphysical? I asked him. He chuckled. Both, but I'd like to see him try to beat Mab in her cat form. Yeah, gives an old meaning to the words catfight, I quipped. I frowned as a thought struck me.
How long has Troy been around here, anyway?
Longer than anyone else except maybe the librarian, Orion told me. He twisted around to look at me. Why? I sat up and crossed my legs.
That note we found in the folder.
We found it after Troy browsed through it. Or at least, he had a hold of it for a little while. Orion closed his eyes and smiled. I wouldn't put it past Troy to help us, and this would be his style. He doesn't like the direction approach. Like Mab, I added. I snorted and ran my hand through my hair. Maybe those two are married, and we're the marriage counselors trying to get them to work together again. Orion shuddered. Can I switch jobs? I laughed and draped my arms over his shoulders. Nope. You're stuck with the job and me. My mate set his hand on one of mine, and pecked a teasing kiss on my lips.
I suppose I can live with that.
A yawn nearly dislocated my jaws. And I'll sleep on that, and we'll see what Mr. Mallory wants to tell us when I wake up. He grinned. I'll second that motion. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled me to the bed. I nuzzled against his chest and closed my eyes. His warm body guided me into sleep. Phones. Hideous abominations of technological advance. They were the destroyers of sleep and relaxing vacations. And they also made for really weird intrusions into dreams about pink elephants. The bed shifted. I creaked open my eyes and watched Orion pull his cell phone out of his pocket. Hello, he answered. He listened for a moment, and his expression darkened. I see. And you want us down there right now? He glanced at me. I shook my head. All right. We'll be right there. He hung up. I glared at him.
That was ambigu.
I don't care if it was God calling for help with his toaster oven. I'm not getting up, I snapped.
He said it's important.
Don't care.
The skeletons disappeared.
I blinked at him. Come again. Orion stood and looked down at me with pursed lips. The skeleton you found this morning has disappeared from the morgue. I glanced at my watch. It was 4 in the afternoon. How could they lose a skeleton that fast? He shrugged. I guess we'll find out. Orion and I made the trip to the morgue. The human meat locker was located in a small building beside the police station, and behind their patrol parking garage. The main entrance and their own parking lot was accessed via the alley behind the police station. Orion pulled up to the dingy grey stucco building with its flat roof and bland front door. It was starting to get dark when he shut off the engine. I pulled off my seatbelt and leaned forward to look through the front windshield. I'm guessing this was built later than most of the other buildings. Orion nodded. Much later. About 40 years ago.
What happened to the bodies before that?
Orion grinned and opened his door. They buried them faster.
Now let's go in.
My mate led the way through the plain grey door, and into a white hallway with plain grey floor tiles. I was starting to see a pattern. The hall ran down the entire depth of the building, and on either side were more plain grey doors. There were no windows. Ambigo met us halfway down the hall. He looked at Orion.
How are you feeling?
A little soulless. Orion nodded at me. We managed to get the spirit into Trix here. Ambigo arched an eyebrow.
How?
I stepped in front of Orion. A reporter never reveals their sources, but what's this about a runaway corpse bride? He jerked his head over his shoulder. See for yourself. Ambigo led us through one of the doors on the right. It was the autopsy room, complete with every mad doctor's medical devices, including a nice assortment of knives on a cart beside the white paper-covered table. The only problem was that, except for a layer of brown dust and some scraps of cloth, the table was empty. A man in a white lab coat stood near the table. He had white frazzled hair that stuck out in every direction. The man was a good head taller than me, and a few inches taller than Orion. He was lanky, and his cheekbones were so pronounced I wondered if the autopsy room was being run by one of its own cadavers. His dark eyes studied us as closely as I scrutinized him. Beside him was a woman a little younger and shorter than me. She also wore a lab coat, and her long brown hair was tied back in a tail that ran down her back to her waist. Her face was bright, and there was a nervous smile on her lips. She arched her eyebrow at me. Going as a sexy soldier? I glared at her.
Does this look like camo?
Ambigo coughed and half turned to us before he gestured to the pair. This is Dr. Calavar and his assistant, Miss Anna Hall. It was she who discovered the body missing. Dr. Calavar scoffed and spoke with a halting accent. Missing nothing. The body was stolen. Are you sure it didn't walk away? I asked him. He sneered at me. The dead do not rise until I am done with them. My reporter curiosity was overridden by my fear to know. Instead, I glanced around the room. There was a single tall wide window on the wall opposite the entrance. I nodded at the window.
Is that how the thief got in?
Ambigo shook his head.
We don't know.
Dr. Calavar was filling out the paperwork for the skeleton to be transferred to his funeral home after the autopsy, when Miss Hall alerted him to its disappearance.
Talk about cornering the market,
I murmured. Orion elbowed me in the ribs and glanced at Miss Hall.
About what time was that?
A little before 3. I just finished cleaning the tools and left, but I forgot my coat on the hanger. She nodded at a pair of hangers beside the door, and went back to get it.
That's when I found the body gone.
She was out of the room less than 10 minutes, Ambigo added. I walked over to the table, and swept my eyes over the dust.
That's not very much time to swipe a body, even a skeletal one.
Whoever stole it must have known what they were doing. Ambigo nodded.
That's what I suspected, but the entire police department and several of the town witch doctors know Dr. Calavar's schedule.
I glanced at Ambigo and arched an eyebrow.
Witch doctors?
Orion grinned.
There's a thriving practice in natural medicine in the area.
I held up my hand. Fill me in on the voodoo later. Who knew there was a body here? Ambigo pursed his lips. Everyone who reads a paper. The Daily Brew printed the story this morning. I folded my arms and sighed.
Well, that rules out the younger generation.
Besides, I don't know what they'd want with an old stiff anyway. Maybe, for a Halloween decoration? Miss Hall spoke up. Calavar frowned down at her.
That will be a vast of a perfectly intact male skeleton. So it was male?
Orion asked him. Calavar nodded.
Yes.
The skeleton was male, and was about 25 when he died.
And the cause of death?
I wondered. A sly grin slipped onto Calavar's cadaverous face. There was no obvious trauma, but a sample of his bones showed there was a foreign substance in his body at the time of death. It was a dose of hawthorn. Orion frowned. How quick was death? Calavar shrugged. It is too difficult to say, but I would guess the young man was dead in an hour after taking the dose. I raised my hand.
What's so deadly about hawthorn?
Orion pursed his lips. It's one of the most deadly common poisons, and affects everything from vampires to werewolves. A cup full of the stuff will kill just about anyone in 5 minutes, and there's no known cure. Calavar nodded.
Yes.
It is called the Bane of Us. It's been shortened to Banius, Hall added. Calavar glared at her. Must you children make everything so simple and inelegant? She shrank from his look and nervously smiled at him. Sorry. Is there any way the hawthorn could have been introduced after death? Ambigo suggested. Calavar turned his nose up at the suggestion. I know how my poisons work, detective, and this poison was taken before death. I cupped my chin in one hand and furrowed my brow. So somebody stole a 65-year-old skeleton that showed signs of poisoning. I'm pretty sure this is pointing to murder. Orion frowned. Our laws are a lot like those outside of the valley. A person can't be convicted of murder without a corpse. Could you identify the age of the skeleton since the time of death? Ambigo asked the doctor. Calavar nodded. Yes. It was about the age the young woman said, 65 years, but I cannot be sure unless the body is recovered and more tests are performed. Thanks for the info, Dr. Calavar. Miss Hall, Ambigo replied. Now, if you'll excuse us, we'd like another look around the room. Calavar pursed his lips but bowed his head. As you wish, but be very careful around my medicine cabinet. I glanced at the white box that hung from the wall. A large black skull and crossbones insignia was painted on the front. What's in there? Calavar gave me a crooked grin. My specimens and collection of poisons. But good day. Hall and he left, but his haunting demeanor remained. 18. Ambigo turned to us. I'm afraid I have to ask you two where you've been the last few hours. Asleep, Orion replied. He glanced at me. And you? Ditto, I quipped. He pursed his lips. Can anyone outside of the two of you substantiate your alibis? I shrugged. Our sheets and the bed, but I wouldn't ask the curtains. They're a little shady. Ambigo closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. I see. Now what's this about the spirit being in Miss Lyal's body? We figured the spirit wasn't happy where he was and needed a change of scenery, I replied. He dropped his hand to his side and lifted his head. Bentley didn't inform me of any change. We didn't go to Bentley, Orion told him. Ambigo sighed. Listen, this isn't about a spirit anymore, this is about murder. You're going to have to trust me with your information, or something more serious than a possession could happen to the two of you. Orion glanced at me. I sighed. It was Bertha. She's the one who changed bodies. Ambigo arched an eyebrow. Bertha awed. She has that ability? I shrugged. With a little help from some crystal balls, but what's so bad about having that power? Can't half the town levitate stuff, and the other half grow a fur coat? He pursed his lips. Something like that, but abilities must be registered with the librarian, and he didn't mention anything about that when I went to ask him about her earlier today. Maybe it slipped his mind, I suggested. Ambigo shook his head. Nothing slips his mind, and nothing is known that he doesn't know. I snorted. Sounds like my mom when I've forgotten to pay her back at 20. Orion looked to Ambigo.
Where's her file right now?
Ambigo's eyebrows crashed down.
The librarian wouldn't let me even look at it.
He said there were too many checked out already. Orion grinned.
Then I say let's go check out the resources at the library.
Ambigo drove us to the library. The dark sky warned of the coming night. I checked my watch. 4:30 on the afternoon of Halloween. The anniversary of William Mallory's murder. Children freed from that day's scholarly prison scampered across the park lawn and climbed the trees. Several had their Halloween costumes on early, or at least I hoped they did. There were white-sheeted ghosts, caped vampires, and more recent terrors like an IRS official and a politician handing out fake buttons. A single car was parked in the lot, and in front of the doors was the back of a familiar back. We walked up the white marbled stairs and joined the person. "Good afternoon, Mr. Leto," Ambigo greeted the man. The person swung around and revealed himself as the druggist. Tucked under one arm was a stack of books. He smiled and bowed his head. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ambigo." His eyes fell on us and his eyebrow arched at my costume. "Quite the unusual crowd you have with you today. Going as a dollar bill?" I slapped a wide smile on my face. "No, I'm going as a guessing game. You get 2 more guesses before I slap you." Orion wrapped his arms around me and pulled me back away from Leto.
"She's joking."
"Really?"
"Try me,"
I muttered. Ambigo nodded at the door.
"You can't get in."
Leto shook his head.
"No, it's locked."
"I've been trying to peek inside, but the curtains are shut tight." Orion frowned.
"But it's never closed after noon."
Leto nodded.
"I know.
It's rather unusual, and to be honest I'm worried."
"Let me handle this," Ambigo offered.
Leto stepped to the side. Ambigo grabbed the handle of one of the doors and pulled. The door didn't even budge. Ambigo pounded his fist on the door. "Librarian? Open up. It's the police." There was no reply.
"So when was the last time this happened?"
I spoke up. Orion's eyes flickered to me.
"Never."
Ambigo turned to us. "You all need to step back.
I'll have to break the door down."
We 3 moved halfway down the stairs. Ambigo turned his shoulder to the door and rammed his body into the entrance. Or he would have if both doors hadn't swung open of their own free will. Ambigo's momentum carried him inside, where he lost his balance and fell onto the floor. We hurried up the stairs and gathered around him. Ambigo sat up and rubbed his bruised shoulder. His eyes fell on the doors, and I followed his gaze to see the short librarian standing behind one of them. "It is a misdemeanor to destroy public property," the librarian commented. Ambigo frowned.
"Not for the public good."
"Why didn't you answer?" The librarian pursed his lips and shook his head. "I am busy today, very busy. I cannot be bothered by visitors." Ambigo climbed to his feet. "Busy with what? And why didn't you tell me Bertha was a spiritualist?" The librarian pulled out an old watch attached to a gold chain and frowned.
"No time."
"There's no time left." His eyes flickered up to me.
"You're too late."
The sky grew darker outside. I winced and clutched my stomach. It felt like someone had just slugged me in the gut. My wobbly legs buckled underneath me. "Trix!" Orion yelled as he knelt beside me. His arms grasped my shaky shoulders as I leaned over.
"What's wrong?"
"Are you okay?" Ambigo hurried to my other side and studied my face. I could feel the color drain from it as the cold over my heart sapped my heat. He looked across my back at Orion.
"We have to get her to Madam Bentley."
Orion nodded. He swept me into my arms and carried me to the door. Ambigo half turned to the librarian.
"We'll be back."
"It will not be today," the librarian promised. He opened his arms and waved his hands as he herded all 4 of us toward the door.
"Now off with you."
Everyone must leave. Leto stumbled along with us and held up his books.
But I've come to donate these. No time, the librarian screamed.
Through my pain I saw bright light burst from the librarian's outstretched arms. It was like a gust of illuminated wind that pushed us out the entrance and slammed the doors behind us. We left Leto standing despondently at the entrance. Orion jumped down the stairs in one go, and hurried to the car with Ambigo at his heels. Ambigo took the wheel, as Orion with me still in his arms took a seat in the back. The drive was quick, courtesy of the blaring siren on the roof and obedient civilians. The streets were now littered with monsters great and small, as the night of the trick-or-treating began in earnest. We reached Madame Bentley's house. The lights were on as we rushed to the door. Ambigo rang the doorbell. The door floor open, and Madame Bentley stood on the other side with a broom and a wild look in her eyes.
I said I don't. She paused and blinked at us as she lowered her weapon. I thought you were more kids asking for treats. But what's this about?
Ambigo nodded at me.
There's something wrong with her.
Deathly wrong, I muttered. Bentley frowned.
Not enough to knock that smart mouth off of, I gasped and clutched my heart.
A faint blue glow erupted from between my fingers. Coming through. Orion shouted, as he shoved his way into the house.
What?
You can't come in here. Bentley yelled. Orion carried me into an old-fashioned parlor complete with black silk lace of the curtains and horsehair furniture. He spread me out on the couch and knelt beside me, before he turned his attention to Bentley, who had followed us.
What's wrong with her? He questioned her.
Bentley frowned, but strode over and took a seat beside me. I'd say her outfit for one. If I didn't feel like I was dying, I'd kill you, I growled. I meant physically, Orion corrected himself.
Let me see here, Bentley replied.
She pried my hand away from my chest and studied the light that emanated from over my heart. Her eyes flickered to me. Do you feel cold? I nodded. Like an ice cube. Keep your replies short, she snapped. She set her hand on the light and closed her eyes. The spirit inside you is restless. It senses the time of its death draws near.
Tell me something we don't know, I whispered. Shut up, the old woman commanded me.
She pursed her lips. When he awoke this evening, he saw something or someone that upset him. He wanted to get away, far away. Ambigo and Orion glanced at each other. I didn't need 3 guesses to know who they were thinking of, the librarian. Bertha had mentioned he'd worked for the old man before he died. Can you tell why? Ambigo asked her. Madame Bentley opened her eyes and shook her head. No. I can't understand a word he's saying now.
He's too excited.
A faint sound of shouting came to my ears, but all I could pay attention to was the pulsing cold in my chest. Anybody got heartburn medicine? The old clairvoyant glared down at me. The only thing that will permanently cure you will be to put this spirit to rest. I can soothe him for a short while, but, she snapped her head to the bay window at the front of the house and frowned.
What is that noise?
The faint sound grew louder. Ambigo hurried to the window and drew back one of the curtains. I glimpsed a stream of light that followed the path of the main street.
What is it?
Orion asked him. Ambigo furrowed his brow and shook his head.
I don't know, but I bet my badge it's trouble.
He turned back to us, and especially Bentley. Relax that ghost as well as you can. We need to get down there. Bentley pressed both her hands against my heart and closed her eyes. Her hands glowed a bright blue that pulsed with life and heat. The warmth sank into me and knocked back the cold, but I could still feel it shifting deep inside me. She opened her eyes and removed her hands.
That's the best I can do.
He's a very powerful spirit, and very scared. That's a terrible combination.
You're telling me, I retorted as I sat up.
Bentley backed away and glared at me. Of course I'm telling you. I don't speak for my own amusement. We need to go, Orion spoke up as he watched my mouth open. I squashed my temptation to snark, and swung my feet over the side of the couch as I sat up.
All right. Let's go see what new trouble we can find.
19. Orion helped me out of the house with Ambigo at the lead. We paused on the sidewalk and looked down the hill over the roofs of the houses. The stream of light was 100 feet long, and now I could see the light flickered like oversized lit matches. I glanced at Orion.
I'm guessing this part of the town's celebration.
He pursed his lips and shook his head.
No, it isn't.
Come on, Ambigo commanded us. We piled into his car and drove down to the trouble. Roadblocks shut off the main street from vehicle traffic, so we parked 1 block down and walked down to the trouble. We arrived at the corner where Leto's drugstore sat. A glaring skeleton suited in a pirate outfit and eye patch sat in a chair outside his door. The area to our left was filled with costumed kids and anxious parents who gaped down the street to our right. I followed their gawking gazes. A quarter of the way up the street marched Morella and her band of Amazonian gypsy witches. She herself rode a black horse at the front of a long procession of riders and walkers. Half the riders held torches, and the other half held their bowls cupped in their hands. The older walking women of the group each carried a pitchfork. The girls held the blazing torches in their hands. Their faces were tense as they marched toward the center of Main Street. Police cars were parked at our intersection, on either side of the barriers. Police Chief William Orso stood in the middle of the road. On one side and behind him was a female officer. More officers stood near their cars or in front of the crowd of people. They were all armed. A chill swept over me. I shivered and wrapped my arms around myself. Orion glanced down at me. You okay? I nodded.
Yeah, just feels like somebody walked over my grave.
Ambigo stepped off the sidewalk and hurried over to the chief. We followed close at his heels. One of the officers stepped into our path and held up his hand.
You can't come through here, Scott. What's going on?
Ambigo asked him. The officer shook his head.
We don't know yet.
We were notified of the march and just got here. Orso's going to talk to them. I looked past the officer at the parade of stern women and girls.
Is that such a good idea?
They're not exactly the fan club for males.
That's why the other officer is there, he explained.
Morella reached within 5 feet of Orso and stopped. The silent procession behind her also halted. Chief Orso stepped forward. You know the rules, Morella. Your band isn't supposed to come into town. Morella sneered at him. You're a hypocrite if you demand we obey an agreement that has already been broken by one of your own. Orso frowned.
How has it been broken?
She swept her narrowed eyes over the crowd that stood behind him. Her words were loud and clear. One of you has intruded on our sacred burial grounds and destroyed their markers. We demand justice. The women behind her raised their torches and pitchforks. Their cries filled the air.
Yes.
Justice. We demand they be punished. A great murmur arose from the crowd of Halloween revelers. Everyone turned to their neighbor, as though silently accusing them of the deed. Orso held up his hand. Both crowds quieted. If true then. You doubt my word. Morella snapped at him. Her companions hissed. Orso furrowed his brow and raised himself to his full height.
I haven't seen the proof yet, Morella, but if you will cooperate.
Morella raised one hand and snapped her fingers. The women who bore the bowls tossed the contents into the air above their heads. The orange-colored powder flew into the sky and burst into fire-red colors. The fireworks display rained down on the trees and crowd along the main street. Everything the powder touched burst into flame. The crowd erupted into screams as costumes were ignited. Parents dropped their kids to the ground and rolled them. Others picked up their kids and raced away from the danger before they were engulfed. Orion pulled me into the doorway of Leto's drugstore, and Ambigo followed. The officers flung off their jackets and leapt into the air, partially transformed into bears, tigers, and even a jaguar or two. They captured the powder in their jackets, and dropped to the ground when their clothes were consumed by fire. 24 of the crowd pulled out their own small crockery. A quick dash of powder, and they flung the material into the sky. The powder was blue, and it burst into a rain of cool dust that smothered the flames. Also pulled his gun on Marela, and aimed the barrel at her head. "Lower your hand, Marela, or I'll be forced to shoot." Marela lowered her hand and grasped the reins. "Do not doubt the transgression against us. It's very real, and we demand justice." The chief glanced over his shoulder. The crowd was moved halfway down the street. He lowered his weapon and glared at the woman. "I won't argue with you about what you think happened, but let me send over a couple of my people to figure out who did it." "Only women are allowed there," Marela reminded him. Orso nodded. "All right. Allow my women officers to accompany you to the burial grounds and inspect the area. Perhaps the vandals left a clue to their identity." Marela glanced past the chief. Her hard eyes fell on our little group, huddled in the doorway. She nodded at us. "Keep your officers. I would have that man and that," she leaned closer and squinted at me, "that strange woman be your representatives." The chief half turned to us and arched an eyebrow. "Why them?" "Because they obey the rules of our pact, and I have no trust in your officers after the recent incident," she told him. Also pursed his lips but beckoned to us. We strode past the police line and over to the leaders. Also lowered his voice. "You heard everything?" he asked us. Orion nodded. "Yeah. Find out what you can about this story and get back to me. I don't want this to blow up into a full-fledged war of magic," he instructed his old friend. A slight grin slipped onto his face. "And whatever you do, don't do anything stupid." Orion smiled. "I make no promises." Marela half turned her horse and studied me. "The gods have deemed it fit that our paths should cross many times this week, and in a terrible guise." I glared at her. "Or I'm always in the wrong place at the wrong time in the wrong gear." The corners of her mouth twitched upward. "I do not believe in coincidences. Now follow me." Marela faced her horse in the direction she came. The group of women mimicked her movements, and started the long solemn march out of town. The trick-or-treaters and their parents relaxed. No doubt the rumor machine would start churning out everything from people murdered to orgies in cemeteries. Pity I didn't write that kind of rag. Business was about to boom. I glanced at Orion and Ambigo. "Think we should?" Orion watched their retreating backs with a furrowed brow.
"I don't think we have a choice."
We locked in step with the end of the line. The riders trotted to the front once again, and we found ourselves behind the torch and pitchfork-wielding women. Their pace was slow but steady, and soon we had left town for the closed country of the forest. They led us down the muddy road, toward their encampment. I sidled up to Orion.
"So what's this about burial grounds?"
He leaned close to me, and lowered his voice to a whisper. "At the start of the settlement of Apple Hollow, the gypsies weren't allowed to bury their dead in the old cemetery, so they made their own cemetery. That's the burial grounds. Another no boys allowed place?" I guessed. He nodded. "Yeah, and this one's even more strict. The gypsies believe the dead can be manipulated by the living, through even a tiny bit of their fingernails, so they guard the place night and day." I snorted. "If something did happen, then I'd say they need a new security system." Orion pursed his lips. "The women they have guard the cemetery aren't amateurs. It would have to take someone pretty desperate and stupid to trespass on their property." I arched an eyebrow. "Is this from personal experience or second-hand stories?" He grinned.
"Let's just say my prey wasn't too particular about following the rules."
I leaned away from him and studied his face.
"What kind of prey were you after?"
Orion shrugged. Just a cougar who'd been hunting sheep on a nearby ranch. I smiled. And here I thought cougars only stalked college men. It was revenge against the farmer. He didn't like that she'd tried to seduce his son, he added. I sighed and shook my head. So a crime of paranormal passion, huh? Pity I missed that headline. He chuckled. You really need to apply for a job at the Daily Brew. They don't know what they're missing out not employing you. I glanced around at our dark surroundings, with the shadowed trees and rustling dead leaves. The chill inside me had faded a bit, but my heart still felt like it was in the grasp of an icy hand. If we get out of this, maybe I will. An hour of night ticked by, and we traveled closer to the encampment. The horsewomen took a right a mile before the main turnoff. The rest of the procession, those women on foot, kept going on to the camp. The road up ahead thinned to a grassy path, and the trees grew over the way, so that the canopy covered the sky. Mirella waited for us at the turn atop her tall, dark steed. I walked up to her, and folded my arms across my chest. You sure you want to trust a couple of camp robbers with your cemetery? She raised her nose up and pursed her lips. I admit I was wrong in treating you so harshly. You and your man acted honorably when you accepted my challenge, though your fighting style was a little, her lips twitched, unorthodox. I shrugged. It comes with being a master of chaos, Fu. I jerked my head towards the path.
But what's the problem with your burial grounds?
She followed my head and pursed her lips. It isn't far now, and you will see. Orion clapped a hand on my shoulder and smiled down at me.
That's her way of saying keep walking.
20. The forest path was grassy and wet. The bottom of my pants was soaked, and my chest ached by the time we reached the wooden fence that marked the boundary of the cemetery. The path opened to a small flat clearing filled with small stone and wood crosses and tombstones. In the center was a large rock with a hole carved into the bottom. The darkness inside the hole suggested a greater depth than the ground. Nothing looked disturbed. Beside the opening of the wood fence was a bench hewn from the remains of a fallen tree. On the seat were two women in black cloaks with hoods. Judging from their identical looks, I guessed they were related. Two others stood to one side of them, who were also twins. Mirella tossed her reins to a fellow rider, and dismounted. She led us over to the bench, and gestured to the pair on the seat. These were our guards for this evening. She turned her attention to them.
Tell them what you told me.
One of them bowed her head, but the eyes of the other fell on us. We have a pattern to our patrol. We had just completed a loop when I felt something sharp bite into my neck. I grabbed my neck, and felt a thin object fall between my fingers to the ground. I think it was a small blow dart. I called for my sister, she nodded at the other woman, but the effects of the dart were too much. I collapsed. The other one raised her head and pursed her lips. I found my sister on the ground at the far end of the cemetery. She nodded at the spot in the position of 2 o'clock, according to the cemetery entrance.
I tried to wake her, but something hit me in the shoulder.
I felt lightheaded and fell unconscious. One of the pair who stood stepped forward.
We found them at the change of shift at dusk.
Orion looked at the sitting pair. Could we have a look at the spots where you were hit? The women glanced at Mirella, who nodded. They both stood. One of them turned around and brushed aside her long hair to show the nape of her neck. The other drew off her cloak and pulled down her shirt to show off her shoulder. The cold over my heart shifted and jumped. An emotion of fear and feeling of nausea washed over me. I clapped my hand over my mouth to keep from throwing up, and turned away from the sight. Orion squinted and frowned. You're right. These do look like dart marks. He stepped forward and sniffed. The woman with the shoulder wound slapped him on the cheek hard enough to snap his neck to one side. Filthy man, she hissed as they both covered themselves in their telltale markings. The cold inside me settled, but it had extended beyond my heart. Orion winced and stumbled back to my side to rub his neck. There was a sheepish grin on his lips.
I was just trying to get a scent of the dart. There's no need, Marilla spoke up.
We have already determined it was a mixture created from hawthorn. Orion and I glanced at each other. The weapon of choice for the missing skeleton. Orion cracked his neck a couple of times and straightened.
Well, let's get looking at the cemetery.
Marilla stepped in front of us and blocked our path. Her narrowed eyes fell on Orion. You are not allowed to step foot on the sacred ground, but observe what you can from the road. She turned her attention to me. You, however, may walk among the graves. I closed my eyes and shook my head. I'm a reporter, not a bloodhound. If you want this thing solved, we will abide by our ancient rules, and you will try your best, she instructed me. I pursed my lips and glanced toward Orion. He nodded his head. I sighed and shrugged.
Why not?
Lead me to your dead people. One of the standing twins stepped forward. I will show you. I followed my guide through the graveyard to the large stone. The close proximity allowed me to see that primitive stone stairs led into the depths of the earth. She walked down the steps. A faint light at the end of the tunnel gave me promise of a visual future. I pressed my palm against the wall and took each step one at a time. I'd only made it halfway when a powerful stench hit me. It was pungent and made me lightheaded. The woman came back up the stairs. Her lower face was covered by a neckerchief. She pulled one from her cloak and held it out to me. Here. This will make you more comfortable. I accepted the gift and wrapped it over my face.
What is that smell?
The scent you smell is hawthorn. The tomb was drenched in it. She led me the rest of the way down the stairs where I paused and looked up. Above us sat the bottom of the large boulder. In front of us was a small circular burial chamber lit by a torch set in a holder in the wall. The place was a mess. Tall gold candlesticks lay on the ground. Their tall white candles lay broken close beside them. A wooden table with a purple cloth was overturned and its legs broken. The cloth had been trampled. In the center of the room was a stone sarcophagus. The heavy lid was shoved off one side and cracked into pieces. I walked up to the opening and looked inside. A few bits of gold jewelry littered the bottom, but the tomb was otherwise empty. Over the walls was spread a colorless liquid that was the source of the hawthorn stench. I looked to my guide. Her stony face was tense as she looked at the empty coffin.
Was someone in here?
She nodded. Yes. This is the tomb of our ancestress, the first of our leaders who made the pact with your town. She turned her furious eyes on me. A pact so horribly broken by one of your own. I held up my hand.
Wait a sec.
Don't go pointing fingers until you've got some proof. She sneered at me. One of us would never desecrate this sacred place, nor do we own such a primitive weapon as that which was used on my sisters. I furrowed my brow. An echo of a memory came to mind. A blow dart. I shut my eyes and bit my lip, but the memory escaped me. I stomped my foot on the ground. Damn it. Almost had it. A long low howl echoed down the passage. I perked up my ears and frowned.
What was that?
The woman rolled her eyes. Your man wishes for you to return to the surface. He pretends to be concerned about you. I arched an eyebrow at her. You ever think maybe he really is concerned about me? She scoffed. I highly doubt that. I shrugged and turned away from her toward the stairs. You're missing out on a lot of fun. We resurfaced and I was glad for a breath of fresh air. Orion stood at the entrance to the cemetery. The other female guard stood in front of him. He cupped his hands over his mouth and called across the expanse.
What did you see?
I did likewise with my hands and yelled back to him. A headache. The fumes from the hawthorn still swam in my head and irritated my nostrils. I glanced around the cemetery. So, any idea where the thief might have gone? I asked my companion. My guide nodded at the lower right corner of the graveyard. The town lay in the same direction. We followed the hawthorn scent in that direction, but it was lost in the underbrush. I furrowed my brow and rubbed my chin.
Followed a scent, eh?
My eyes flickered to Orion, and a grin slid onto my lips.
I think it's time for a hike.
I strode over to the cemetery entrance. Orion wrinkled his nose. Did you get into a fight with a hawthorn tree? A bush and I won, I retorted as I reached him. I jerked my thumb over my shoulder at the boulder.
Their founder was stolen.
He arched an eyebrow.
There seems to be quite an epidemic of that these days.
Any of the cat people around here into being copycats for a crime? Or do you think we have a serial stealer who's a couple of Cheerios short of a full box? I asked him. Orion shook his head. I can't say. Most people around here leave the dead alone. I shivered and wrapped my arms around myself. I wish the dead would leave us alone. He frowned and stepped up to my side to encompass me in his warm arms. You okay? I shook my head.
No, and it's getting worse.
I frowned as the cold within me pulsed with life.
It's almost like he's trying to warn me about something.
Like he's pushing me along somewhere. He pursed his lips and gazed out over the cemetery. Do they know where the thief went? I nodded at the southeasterly direction. They lost the hawthorn trail in the woods. Orion grinned.
That sounds like it's my turn to take the reins.
I smiled.
Just don't get bucked off the trail.
He glanced over his shoulder at Marilla and her troop. We'll follow the trail. If you want to come along, this won't need too many people of your people to help. She nodded. Only I will go with you. The women around her gasped. One of the guards stepped forward. This thief is brazen and dangerous. Allow me to go with you. And me, shouted a hoarse woman. I will go. Marilla held up her hand, and they silenced. We need stealth for this hunt, and the fewer the number, the greater the chance of catching this thief. You will remain here until I return. The women reluctantly bowed their heads. She returned her attention to us. Let us begin this hunt. 21. Orion led us at a jog down the fence line, and into the woods. Even my inexperienced nostrils picked up on the hawthorn scent. I clapped my hand over my nose as my other arm pumped at my side. How could the thief stand this smell? Maybe they gained an immunity to the scent like I did to wolfsbane, he suggested. Is the danger in town so great that you all insulate yourselves from poison? Marilla spoke up from behind us. Orion glanced over his shoulder and grinned. And you're going to tell us you don't? Marilla turned up her nose and averted her eyes from ours. It is a precaution against those of the town. He snorted.
Then it looks like your guards forgot to take their hawthorn vitamins tonight.
She glared at him. We wouldn't need such precautions if your fellow citizens weren't so intent on breaking our pact. Orion stopped and turned to her.
Not everyone outside your camp is out to get you.
I stepped between them and held one of my hands up in front of each of them. Stop arguing or I swear I'll turn this group back around. They both frowned but quieted. I glanced from one to the other. We have a trail to follow and a thief to catch. Now let's do it before the guy inside of me decides to break loose some ghost moves. Marilla started and blinked at me. A man inside of you? I nodded. Yeah, there's the ghost of a murdered guy inside of me. Why? Her eyes widened, and her words came out in a strangled whisper. No man shall be allowed to pass the gates nor enter the tomb. I raised an eyebrow. Come again. She reached into her coat and pulled out her mortar and a packet of powder. Those are the rules of the burial grounds, and punishment must be meted out. I stepped back away from her and bumped against Orion's chest. He pulled me behind him and frowned at her.
What exactly is the punishment?
She poured the powder into the bowl. It is death to the violator. I frowned and wrinkled my nose.
But technically, he's already dead.
Marilla paused and furrowed her brow.
So he is.
She glanced down at her powder.
But someone must be punished.
I cringed. How about you save that for whoever broke into the boulder, and punish them double time for the double break? She blinked at me.
Double time?
I nodded. Yeah, kill them, cast life on them and kill them again. That kind of stuff. She frowned and tucked the bowl back into her coat. We do not revive the dead. I slipped out from behind Orion. Good, because that's creepy and we're wasting time. I turned to Orion and looked past him. How far does this trail go? He glanced over his shoulder and pursed his lips.
All the way to town. But the scent doesn't go as far as that, Marilla spoke up.
Orion grinned.
We'll see.
Come on. We continued on our hunt. The scent of hawthorn wandered for a few miles, until we were within 2 miles of the town. I jogged into a wide spot on the trail and stopped. Marilla nearly tumbled into me.
Why did you stop? She questioned me.
I lifted my nose and frowned.
I don't smell it anymore.
The hawthorn. Marilla mimicked me and looked around. This is where my hunters lost the trail. Orion walked around the perimeter of the clearing. Whoever we're following knows their scents, but their trail's still here. I can smell it. He crouched beside an overturned rotten log and brushed aside some leaves. His face darkened. Marilla. She and I walked over and stood on either side of him. Marilla's eyes widened. My God. Buried among the stench of the rotten leaves was a mummified face of a wizened old woman. Marilla fell to her knees and brushed away more fallen foliage to reveal the upper body. I glanced at Orion.
Well, there's one body.
Anybody smell another one? Orion shook his head. No, but is that cold feeling inside you telling you anything? I shook my head. Nope, except that I need a whisper of a breeze blew over us and forced me to pause. I furrowed my brow as my ears caught a few faint wispy words. The cemetery. I blinked.
Did you guys just hear that?
Orion frowned and shook his head.
No, what?
Like a voice telling us to go to a cemetery. Marilla stood. Her eyes were an illuminated green, and her lips were pressed so tightly together they were white. We will not return there until the punishment for this sacrilege has been performed. Orion stood and furrowed his brow.
I don't think that's the cemetery the voice would be talking about.
The pact with the cemetery hasn't been broken until tonight. I frowned.
Hasn't been broken until tonight.
Orion and my eyes widened at the same time, and we whipped our heads around to face each other.
It's a distraction.
Only something this big would get us off the trail. Orion added. And it's the same crime as stealing the skeleton, so somebody would think it's someone stealing bodies. I added. Marilla glanced from one of us to the other, and arched an eyebrow. Of what are you two speaking? We're speaking of murder, my dear Marilla, I told her. Murder, deception, and desecration. She narrowed her eyes. Do not refer to me like that again. Fair enough, I replied. I turned to Orion. We need to get to the old cemetery. He nodded, and we took off for the cemetery with Marilla following behind us. By the time we reached the edge of the woods and the beginning of town, my chest ached with cold. I stumbled from the trees onto the new cemetery around the church and clutched my flesh over my heart. Orion stopped beside me and grasped my shoulders. We need to get you to Bentley's house. I gritted my teeth and shook my head. I'm fine, I gasped. Marilla walked up on my other side and studied my face.
The man may be correct this one time.
You are as pale as death. A piercing cold throbbed in my chest. I cried out and stumbled forward. Orion caught me before I fell, and swept me into his arms.
I'm at least taking you to Bertha, he insisted.
I was in no condition to argue, as he rushed through the graves to the tiny cottage. The little house was decorated, like it was a long-forgotten addition to the cemetery. Everything was covered in dead vines and cobwebs. The windows had cracks created with stickers on their panes, and the front door was replaced by a half-rotten peeling paint one. The windows were dark and no smoke rose from the chimney. A group of trick-or-treaters scampered away, their bags loaded with candy. Orion hurried to the door, and banged his fist on the entrance. The door flung open and a gargoyle jumped out. "Boo!" he cried.
"Not now!"
Orion shouted, as he shoved his way past the gargoyle. The gargoyle pulled up his mask and revealed himself as Preacher Ord.
"What are you doing?"
"You can't barge in here." Ord made to shut the door, but Morella slammed her palm on the entrance and slid inside. "I will not be lost so easily," she commented. Bertha hurried from the parlor, and her eyes widened. "Orion? What's the matter?" Her gaze fell on me and Orion, and she met halfway across the house.
"Is she all right?"
Orion shook his head.
"I'm not sure, but it's the spirit."
Bertha laid her hands on my arm. My body jumped, and the world around me vanished. In its place was a different, darker one. This world was faded, old. It was like being inside one of those old black and white movies. I stood in the middle of the old cemetery. There were fewer grave markers, and the stones were free of vines and weeds. The sky above me was dark with clouds, and the shadows of night crept over every stone and blade of grass. Movement caught my eye. I turned to my left. The dark figure of a man moved among the tombstones. His feet carried him toward the large willow tree at the rear of the cemetery. I followed him. I couldn't help myself. Something demanded I watch this scene play out. My feet didn't make a sound, and his footsteps were muffled by the thick bed of trees. I stopped at the last tombstone before the small gulf between tree and tomb, and lay my hand on its top. The young man came to the willow, and stood before its large trunk. He looked left and right, and in doing so, I was able to recognize the face of William Mallory. His lips were pursed and his brow furrowed. "Bertha? Are you here?" he called out. He set his hand against the tree and peeked around one side. "Are you?" He stiffened and swung around. His hand grabbed something from his neck. He stared down at a small, thin object with red feathers at the back.
"What the?" He swooned and clutched his head.
Bill stumbled forward, but his dragging feet tripped over the uneven ground. He collapsed face first onto the ground and lay still. "Bill!" I spun around. Bertha in all her years stood one tombstone behind me. Her shaking hands covered her mouth, and her eyes were wide with horror. She slowly shook her head as tears ran down her cheeks. "Bill!" Bertha rushed past me. I reached out and grabbed her arm. She twisted and tugged.
"Let me go."
"He needs me." I grabbed her shoulders and turned her so we faced each other. I shook her hard.
"This is in the past. There's nothing you can do for him."
A heart-wrenching sob escaped her lips. Bertha's knees buckled, and I lowered her to the ground. Her deep, shaking sobs echoed around us, as the world of the past faded into darkness. I glanced up one last time at the body of William Mallory. My eyes widened as I beheld a small form kneel beside him, and remove the object from Bill's hand. I couldn't see their face, but their hair was parted in the middle. Then the world went black. Bertha's heavy body disappeared. I flailed around, as a suffocating darkness nearly overwhelmed me. Each breath was a struggle, like slowly drowning without knowing which way was up or down. "Trixie?" My eyes flew open and I gasped. My back arched and I whipped my head from left to right, still fighting that infinite darkness. Someone pinned my arms to my sides. "Trix! It's Orion!" the figure over me shouted. My eyes came into focus. I lay on the couch in Bertha's parlor. My hostess herself sat in a chair opposite me. Her shoulders shook with her sobs. At her side was her husband, who held her as she cried into his gargoyle costume. Over me hovered Orion, and behind him was Morella with a concerned expression on her face. I took a deep breath and swallowed hard. I know who killed William Mallory. 22. The whole room quieted. Bertha raised her head. Her cheeks were stained with tears. Who was it that killed him so cruelly? Her husband shook his head. There will be no more excitement for you tonight. Watching you go into that trance was terrible enough of a shock, for both of us. Bertha gently pushed aside his hands and stood so she faced me. Her voice was loud and steady. Who killed him? I pursed my lips. It was Mike Leto. Bertha's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. Mike? But why? I shook my head. I don't know, but I know it's him. I'd recognize that ugly parted hair anywhere. Aud frowned. What does parted hair have to do with murder? I nodded at Bertha. We both saw it when she touched me. It was some sort of a vision about the past. We watched somebody murder William Mallory, and that someone had hair parted down the middle. Bertha lowered herself onto her seat and shook her head. But I just don't understand how he could do that. Orion furrowed his brow, and his eyes flickered to me. As the son of pharmacist, he would have known a lot about drugs and had access to them, including hawthorn. He also told me he was a crack shot at blow darts when he was younger. Morella stiffened, and her eyes narrowed. Then he is the one who desecrated our tomb? Bertha pursed her lips. To desecrate a tomb is one thing, but to murder Bill? They never argued once. Morella turned her nose up and sniffed. Men have murdered for nothing before. Aud set his hands on Bertha's shoulders and stood straight. His severe gaze swept over us. This is a serious charge, and such a charge involves more proof than a vision, even within Apple Hollow. I froze and my heart quickened. I think I know where we can find that proof. The five of us piled into Aud's old station wagon and drove to the main street. The night's festivities had resumed, after Morella's attempted bonfire of the populace. We parked 1 block down beside Orion's car, and I led the gang to the corner where sat Leto's drugstore. The blinds were down and the lights off. A folding lawn chair sat outside and to the right of the door. It was empty. Damn it, I muttered. The others came up behind me. What are we supposed to be seeing here? Aud asked me. The perfect hiding spot, I commented as I spun around and looked over the main street. There was no sign of the prop or Leto. Leto hid Bill's body in plain sight. Orion frowned. You mean the pirate skeleton? I nodded. Yeah. I got a cold chill earlier standing next to that thing. I thought it was just seeing Morella give orders to light everyone on fire, but it must have been because that was Bill's body. But where is it now? And where's Mike? Bertha spoke up. I glanced at Orion. He pursed his lips and nodded. The old cemetery. If any of this is true, then the police need to be called, Aud suggested. I frowned. Then we'd I clutched my chest as a burning cold struck me. My legs buckled, but Orion caught me before to the sidewalk. We need to get you to Bentley, he told me. I steadied myself and shook my head. No, I grimaced as another wave of cold pain hit me. There came a ringing in my ears like the din of an echoing voice, screaming over a vast void. I think Bill's trying to tell me there's something wrong. We need to get to that cemetery. Now. Aud grasped Bertha's shoulders. We'll get the police. Bertha pulled herself from his hold and turned to him. She clasped his hands and smiled up at him. I need to go with them, Connor. And we need to go fast. I spoke up. Aud pursed his lips but nodded. He rushed to the police station, and we to Orion's gallant steed. The four of us squeezed inside. Morella sneered at the messy interior. A wagon full of horse manure would be more comfortable. I glanced out the window at the darkening night sky.
I think we're about to get into deep enough shit.
Bertha sat in the front passenger seat and glanced over her shoulder at me.
What is Bill telling you?
I shook my aching head. I can't tell. His voice sounds far away, but the tone doesn't sound good. If this fiend is as destructive to this spirit's body as he was to the tomb of my ancestress, then there is a great deal to worry about, Morella spoke up. I glanced at her and arched an eyebrow.
I'm not too familiar with spirit lore.
Can you bring me up to speed? She pursed her lips. A spirit can be violated physically or spiritually. Only those with the second sight can touch their spirit form. My eyes widened. Which means someone like Leto would need to touch a ghost physically. Like with his body. Morella nodded. Yes, and the complete, violent destruction of the corpse would be like a second death. It is a very painful ordeal for spirits, and has been known to permanently destroy the soul, confining them to purgatory forever. Bertha whipped her head to Orion.
Hurry, Orion.
Orion drove down the deserted country road and bumped onto the old ruts of the cemetery way. We approached the massive metal gate, and Orion shut off the car 10 yards short of the entrance. He turned in his seat to face the three of us.
Now don't do anything stupid. Bertha opened her door and flung herself out.
Like that. We rushed out of the car and hurried after Bertha. She led us on a merry chase to the old willow tree, but stopped 20 feet short of the wizened old trunk. A dozen lit pumpkin spice candles circled the ground around the trunk. A half-dozen small bungee cords were wrapped around the tree, and pinned between cord and trunk was the skeleton of William Mallory. Bertha covered her mouth with her hands and shook her head. Bill. A figure stepped around one side of the tree. In their hand was a blowgun. I frowned as I recognized the parted hair. Leto stepped from the shadows of the tree and glared at us.
I never wanted to get any of you involved.
You brought this on yourself. Mike. Bertha shouted. She took a step forward and gestured to the skeleton. How could you do this? How could you do any of this? Leto's face softened as his eyes fell on Bertha. He closed his eyes and shook his head. All I ever wanted was you, Bertha. I loved everything about you. His face hardened, and his hand that held the gun shook. Then that interloper from the outside came. He was something new, something that dazzled you. His eyes flew open and fell on me. A sneer slid onto his lips. Like you. Outsiders ruin everything. Even the Halloween costumes. I glared back at him.
That's a little below the belt, even for a murderer.
He scoffed. Isn't everything fair in love and war? Doesn't anything go in the battle for love? But he was your friend. Bertha shouted. She pressed her hand against her chest. I was your friend. Leto shook his head. No, you were something more than that. You were my life, and when he took your affection he took my life, so I took his. Morella folded her arms across her chest and sneered at him. This is all because you were too pathetic to win the woman you love? Leto frowned. I was then, but I'm not now. He turned to face the tree and raised the blowgun to his lips. A dart flew from the barrel and stuck in the forehead of the skull. It felt like somebody drilled a screw into my head. I cried out and clutched my palm against my forehead. Orion held me up as Bertha looked from me to Leto. Can't you see you're hurting more than just Bill? Leto scoffed. He can come out of her, he's just too much of a coward. Because he knows there is no other body he can possess except his own, Morella spoke up. All the others here would reject him in time. A sly, cruel grin slid onto Leto's lips.
That's just what I'm counting on.
Leto shot another dart into the head. My legs buckled, and Orion lowered me to the ground. He whipped his head up and snarled at Leto. Stop it! Leto glared at him. Do you hear that, Bill? It's time for me to finally be rid of you. Leave her and we'll end this. The cold inside of me shifted. My eyes widened as a blue fog exited my chest and hovered in front of me like a small thin cloud. The cloud shaped itself into Bill's human form. He scowled at Leto.
All right, Mike, you win.
I'll go. I won't let you die again. Bertha threw herself at Bill and wrapped her arms around his incorporeal form. He half turned to her before his wispy body disappeared into her solid one. Bertha stumbled forward and clutched her chest. Bill was gone, but I saw a faint blue glow against Bertha's chest. She smiled down at her arms. You're so warm, Bill, just like when you hugged me.
No.
Leto screamed. He strode toward them and raised his heavy blowgun above his head.
Let him go, Bertha.
Bertha closed her eyes. I saw tears stream down her cheeks, but a smile slid onto her lips and she nodded. Leto was nearly at her when she spun around and opened her arms. The blue light flew forward and crashed into Leto. It lifted him off his feet and across the 20 feet to the willow tree. Leto slammed into the skeleton and was pinned there by the spirit. The candles at the base of the tree blazed 3 feet into the air like orange-colored Roman candles. The brilliant blue of Bill's spirit grew brighter and brighter until it enveloped Leto's entire body. The old man let out a shrill scream before a blast of wind blew outward from the light. It swept over the candles, blowing them out before it blew over us. Orion slipped in front of me and covered me with his body until it passed. He stepped aside, and we all got a view of the tree. 2 skeletons hung from the bungee cords. The one on the left was taller and fresher than the other. The skeleton on the right had a wide, toothy grin on his face. I looked to Orion's stunned face. Mind cluing me in on what just happened? He shook his head.
I don't know.
Bertha fell to her knees and burst into tears. Bill. Oh, Bill, why? Mirella walked up to the tree and knelt beside the trunk. She picked up a candle and arched an eyebrow.
Was this candle important to the spirit?
Bertha sniffled but managed a nod. Yes. Pumpkin was his favorite scent. Mirella stood and tossed the candle onto the pile of others. Then there is nothing more to worry about. Bertha lifted her head and blinked at our companion.
There isn't?
Mirella turned to her and smiled. No. The spirit focused the energies of his favored candles into his soul and created an explosion powerful enough to kill his enemy. He nodded at the grinning skeleton. You can see how pleased he is with himself, as am I. I will accept this punishment on behalf of my people. She strode between us and out of the cemetery. Bertha stood and stumbled over to the tree. She reached up and brushed her fingers against Bill's skeletal cheek. Goodbye, Bill, and God bless you. A faint blue light flickered on the end of her fingers before it faded. Bertha smiled and a single tear slid down her cheek. She wiped her cheek with the back of her hand and turned to us.
I'm ready to go home now.
23. The sound of sirens interrupted our chance at escape. 2 cop cars and Ambigo's unmarked vehicle careened up to the entrance to the cemetery. Chief Orso and 2 of his men jumped out, along with Ambigo and Ord. They rushed over to us, just as Orion and I climbed to our feet. Chief Orso looked from us to the tree.
Well, what's happened?
Orion smiled and shook his head.
You're too late, Bill.
Another Bill just dealt with the problem. Bertha. Ord shouted as he hurried up to his wife. He wrapped his arms around her, and she returned his hug.
I was so worried.
He pulled them to arm's length and looked her over. Are you hurt? She smiled and shook her head. Nothing a little of your green tea won't fix. Ambigo joined us. His eyes flickered from the bodies to us. If one of those skeletons belongs to William Mallory, who's the other one? Mike Leto, William Mallory's murderer, I spoke up. Chief also started back but shelved his gun. Murderer? Orion nodded. Yeah. Mallory came back as a ghost, and Leto tried to finish the job permanently this time. It ended up finishing him. Also pursed his lips.
I'm going to need the whole story in detail.
I tugged on Orion's sleeve. Could we do that after I've had time to get out of this costume? Also smiled at me.
It's quite a good candy costume.
I'm fond of peppermint bubblegum myself. Orion set his hands on my shaking shoulders and smiled at the pair of men.
We'll get those statements to you tomorrow morning.
He turned me so I faced the car and pushed me through the leaves.
You should have let me kill him, I growled. He's armed, he reminded me.
I could have taken him. You wanted out of the costume, remember? If you're trying to get me to forget all the insults tonight, it's not working. You can't kill half the prominent people in town. There's one guy down already. We reached the car, and Orion stopped us in front of the car. He turned so we faced each other and smiled. If it's any consolation, I love your sexy justice. I shrugged. It's a little consolation. And I'll like it even better when you take it off. I rolled my eyes and tried to shove him away. He averted my hand and slipped around behind me to wrap his arms around me. I was glad for the feel of his warm body against mine. Though Bill was gone, there was still a chill over my heart. I wondered if it would ever leave, or if it would be just another reminder of how weird my life was now. Orion leaned down and studied my face.
Why so quiet?
I shook myself and smiled at him.
Just thinking that I never got to see your Halloween costume.
He grinned. I planned on having a single showing of my costume. I arched an eyebrow.
Showing it to who?
He leaned down and pecked a light kiss on my cheek. To you of my one-of-a-kind costume. I sighed.
All right, I'll bite.
What is it? My birthday suit. I smiled.
Then isn't it about time you had that showing?
He nodded. Definitely. We climbed into the car, and Orion backed out. I leaned forward and watched the metal archway of the old graveyard disappear into the distance. My first Halloween in Apple Hollow was over, but it would never be forgotten.